Chapter 315. The Marquis mansion was decorated with lanterns and color banners. Whether it was the son or daughter of a marquis or a prince or princess, they either didn't hold a birthday party, or if they did, it would definitely be a grand occasion. For those who wanted to make friends with influential people and climb up the social ladder, this was the best occasion. They could meet many people of high status. If they could leave a good impression, it would be more convenient for them to do things in the future. If they could make friends, the benefits would be even greater. If they didn't enter the capital, they wouldn't know how rich they were. If they didn't enter the capital, they wouldn't know how lowly the officials were. In the capital, there were not only nobles, but also many rich people. Outside the Marquis mansion, there was a 30-meter-long welcoming line lined up on both sides with a red carpet in the middle. As the host of the Marquis mansion, the Marquis, of course, wouldn't stand at the gate to welcome the guests. The main character of the birthday party, Xiao Mingli, also wouldn't stand at the gate to welcome the guests. However, the housekeeper of the Marquis mansion had to be there because the guests often had different statuses and couldn't be neglected. However, those nobles rarely came in person. After all, it wasn't the birthday of the Marquis, but the birthday of the Marquis daughter. The nobles didn't need to come in person, and they didn't have the time. However, they should send someone with a higher status to send gifts. Young talents would come in person. No matter what, this was the birthday party of the Marquis daughter. Xiao Mingli had the title of state scholar, which meant that his talent and potential were amazing. He was also a beautiful woman. Who wouldn't like him? If they could get Xiao Mingli's favor and become friends with him, it would be great. After all, there weren't many outstanding female warriors. Chunzong also walked over from afar and met the fatty Yang Qifeng. Brother Chun. There was a smile on Yang Qifeng's face. He did not address Chunzong as Chun Guisher. Brother Yang. Chunzong smiled. Brother Chun, thank you for saving my life last time. Yang Qifeng was referring to the time when Chunzong saved his life from Ma Qianli's blade when he was chasing after the flower demon. You've already thanked me 4 times. Chunzong was a bit speechless. The grace of saving my life is greater than the heavens. I don't even know how to repay you, Brother Chun. If I were a girl, I would have just promised myself to you. Yang Qifeng laughed. Despite his grin, his words were filled with sincerity. If you were a girl, I wouldn't dare to take you either. Chunzong glanced at Yang Qifeng's round figure and said with a teasing smile, Wow, if I were a girl, I would definitely be enchanting. Yang Qifeng jumped up as if his sore spot had been stepped on. Shortly after, his small eyes narrowed and emitted a bright light. After sizing Chunzong up a few times, he revealed an expression of sudden realization. His chubby palm slapped his own head. I'm really stupid. I only thought of it now. Brother Chun, I'm a little fat, but I have a younger sister. Her figure is absolutely enchanting. I'll make the decision to betroth her to you. We'll be a family in the future. As he spoke, Yang Qifeng wanted to praise himself for his wit. One had to know that Chunzong was a state scholar with amazing talent and potential. In the future, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the pseudo-transcendent realm. Perhaps he could even become the dynasty's #1 master under the transcendent realm, like the mighty Martial Marquis. If such a genius could become his brother-in-law, it would be a great benefit to him and the entire Yang family. The more he thought about it, the more Yang Qifeng felt it was feasible. It was simply a wonderful move. Chunzong couldn't help but be speechless. Good, enough joking, Chunzong said, interrupting Yang Qifeng's fantasy. Not to mention how outstanding Yang Qifeng's sister was. At this stage, Chunzong wouldn't consider such things. Yang Qifeng was also a clever person. Naturally, he understood the meaning of Chunzong's words and couldn't help feeling regretful. However, he didn't insist. Otherwise, if he provoked resentment, they wouldn't even be friends. However, Yang Qifeng wouldn't give up so easily. Slowly plotting, letting Chunzong and him become family was always a good thing. Chunzong didn't know Yang Qifeng's plan. He walked to the gate of the Zhanshan Marquis mansion and took out the invitation Xiao Mingli gave him. Yang Qifeng also had an invitation, but it wasn't from Xiao Mingli. With the Yang family's wealth, it wasn't difficult to get an invitation. Immediately, a maid led Chunzong and Yang Qifeng to the place where the birthday banquet would be held. It was a garden in the Zhongshan Marquis mansion called Cloud Lake Garden. When they stepped into Cloud Lake Garden, Chunzong was slightly surprised. Cloud Lake Garden was a lake, and the place where the birthday banquet would be held was on a man-made island in the middle of the lake. From the gate of Cloud Lake Garden to the island in the middle was about 300 meters. "Two distinguished guests, please go to the island in the middle by yourselves," the maid leading the way said with a smile. Chunzong and Yang Qifeng nodded. The 300-meter lake was indeed difficult for Qi and Blood Realm cultivators to cross. They had to use tools such as boats, but it was nothing for Qi refining realm cultivators. "Brother Chun, let's see who's faster." Yang Qifeng suddenly smiled and leaped. Although his body looked fat, he was very agile and light. After flying for more than 10 meters, he gently patted the surface of the lake with his palms. His energy burst forth, and his whole body quickly flew forward. He was almost touching the surface of the lake as he flew towards the center of the island. Chunzong smiled slightly. He didn't put on any airs, but it was as if a gust of wind had blown past him. His body seemed to have lost its weight, and he floated forward like a feather. Although he was light, his speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he crossed more than 10 meters and approached Yang Qifeng. Then, he lightly touched the lake's surface with the tip of his foot. Even the tips of his shoes weren't wet. He immediately flew forward again and directly past Yang Qifeng, leaving only his back view. He easily crossed the 300-meter distance. Then, Yang Qifeng also crossed the 300-meter lake and landed on the island in the middle. He wasn't as fast as Chunzong, but Yang Qifeng didn't find it strange. The island in the middle was about 200 meters long and 200 meters wide. An exquisite wooden house was built on it. Outside the wooden house, there were many tables of different shapes, with wine, fruits, and so on. This was Xiao Mingli's birthday party and also a gathering of the younger generation. As for those who came on behalf of the nobles, most of them would leave after giving their gifts. "Welcome, Chun Wushi." Xiao Mingli, who was dressed in luxurious clothes, walked over gracefully. His smile was like a blooming flower. For a moment, Chunzong became the center of attention. Chunzong also presented the gift he had prepared. Speaking of which, Chunzong didn't know what gift to give Xiao Mingli. A pseudo-spiritual weapon? It wasn't suitable. Chunzong didn't want to, because it was useful to him. He asked Shi Huanyue because she was a woman. In the end, Shi Huanyue didn't care about anything other than swords. In the end, the Guan Mansion prepared a gift for him. It was something expensive that could be appreciated but had no practical use. Whether it was being welcomed by Xiao Mingli, recently becoming a state scholar, or defeating Yuan Xing in the Thorny Forest competition in the Scholar Museum, Chunzong's name spread throughout the capital. At this moment, 3 figures jumped over the lake. The first one was like a big bird, sticking close to the lake. He didn't move his hands or feet as if he was flying. However, the lake below him kept rippling, as if there was an invisible force hitting it again and again. The second one had his hands behind his back. His long robe was fluttering. He stood tall and didn't move his feet, but he seemed to be gliding on the lake as if he was stepping on a big fish. His speed was shocking. The third one moved quickly, stepping on the lake's surface constantly, creating layers of ripples. No matter which one it was, they were all very shocking. Chunzong narrowed his eyes slightly. He could see that these 3 people had great control over their own strength. "Brother Yang, do you know those 3? Chunzong asked. He hadn't been in the capital for a long time, and he had spent most of his time cultivating. He didn't know much about the geniuses in the capital. Even if he knew their names, he had never seen them in person. "Of course I know them. Those 3 are very powerful," Yang Qifeng said as if he was showing off. "They're the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th on the Jiao Dragon ranking." Hearing this, Chunzong was shocked. There were 99 people on the Jiao Dragon ranking, and each one of them was very powerful. They were all at least at the early stage of the 4-star level. Those who ranked higher were even at the 6-star level. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th ranked geniuses were naturally at the 6-star level. Those 3 are all at the mid-stage of the 6-star level. I heard that they are not satisfied with their rankings, Yang Qifeng said in a low voice, as if he was talking about some gossip. Shenzong nodded. It made sense. The three of them were all at the mid-stage of the 6-star level. They were at the same level, but one of them was ranked 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Of course, they wouldn't be satisfied. The arrival of these three undoubtedly increased the popularity of the birthday party. Xiaomingli also welcomed them warmly. Although only one of the three was a state knight, and the other two were not, no one dared to look down on them because of that. The state knight was indeed a symbol, but it didn't mean that one was omnipotent. Some people couldn't become a state knight because of their bad luck. After all, under normal circumstances, there was only one spot for the state knight every year. It wasn't something that could be obtained just because one was powerful. Everyone only had 3 chances to participate in the selection. They are here. While Shenzong was thinking, Yang Qifeng's body stood straight. His small eyes shot out a shocking light, which vaguely turned into 2 sharp beams of light and shot out. Following Yang Qifeng's line of sight, a figure was walking over from the other side of the lake, which was the entrance of the Cloud Lake Garden. He was not very tall, fat, or skinny. He had a medium body and an ordinary face. It was hard to find anything that stood out about him. He was wearing a black outfit, which made him look even more ordinary. However, Shenzong couldn't move his eyes away. Shenzong felt a sense of threat from that person. It wasn't hostility, but the threat brought by his powerful strength. It was as if that person's body contained a shocking amount of power. Yang Qifeng's words made Shenzong realize the source of that threat. He was shocked. Brother Chun, his name is Ding Xian. He is ranked 1st on the Jiao Dragon list in the dynasty. He is also the most powerful person in the younger generation. Yang Qifeng said. His voice was full of surprise. His combat strength is at the late stage of the 6-star level. I heard that his cultivation has broken through the boundary of the Qi refining realm and reached the peak. The peak. Shenzong couldn't help but be shocked. Chapter 316. In the cultivation of martial arts, there is a great perfection stage for every realm. But for many cultivators, the great perfection stage was like a flower in the mirror or the moon in the water, unattainable. Since ancient times, in the history of the dynasty, there were very few people who could reach the great perfection stage in any one of the realms, and there might not even be one in 100 years. But as long as they didn't die prematurely, they would definitely become famous in the dynasty. In the end, they could become a pseudo-transcendental realm master and leave their name in the history of the dynasty. Ding Xian was a person of relatively ordinary birth. He wasn't a member of the royal family, nor was he a powerful junior. When Shenzong learned about him from Yang Qifeng, he was very surprised. He was just a member of a small family outside the capital, but he was also very ordinary at first. It wasn't until a few years ago that he became famous in the Cloud Dragon dynasty, and by chance, he reached the great perfection stage of the Qi training realm. In addition to his surprise, Shenzong also saw Ding Xian walk towards the lakeside. He didn't make any movements and just directly jumped into the air. He didn't take a breath midway, nor did he use any force. He just crossed 300 meters in an instant and landed on the small island in the middle of the lake with ease. It was a very ordinary movement technique, and there didn't seem to be anything special about it, but crossing 300 meters so easily was already beyond the level of a Qi training realm cultivator. Without using Wuzhan, Shenzong knew that he couldn't do it even if he tried his best. And from Ding Xian's every move, Shenzong was sure that Ding Xian didn't use Wuzhan, or maybe he didn't have Wuzhan. In other words, Ding Xian's ability to easily cross 300 meters in the air was closely related to the great perfection stage of the Qi training realm. Great perfection stage of the Qi training realm. Shenzong muttered to himself, his eyes burning with passion. The benefits of reaching the great perfection stage of the Blood Qi training realm were very obvious, and he had already deeply experienced it. Then, what about reaching the great perfection stage of the Qi training realm? As soon as Ding Xian landed on the small island in the middle of the lake, Xiaomingli immediately went to greet him. The smile on his face was like a blooming flower, beautiful beyond description. Mingli, I wish you a happy birthday and a prosperous martial arts life. Ding Xian took out a long white jade box and handed it to Xiao Mingli and said with a smile, "Open it and take a look." Xiao Mingli took the white jade box and opened it. Everyone's eyes immediately widened as they exclaimed in surprise. "This is 7-colored flower." That's right, it's the 7 dazzling flower, an exotic flower that grows on the fiery cliffs. Xiao Mingli was also very surprised. The crowd's discussion made the smile on Ding Xian's face even brighter. Inside the white jade box, there was a flower quietly lying there. The flower had 7 petals, and each petal had a different color: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. It looked very beautiful. The 7 dazzling flower was a type of exotic flower. It had no medicinal value, and its only value was for ornamental purposes. In the world of martial artists, strength was of utmost importance, but some ornamental items were also highly sought after. The more precious an item was, the higher its value. In terms of spirit shells, this heptagram flower was worth at least tens of thousands of spirit shells. It could be said that the value of this heptagram flower was definitely the highest among the gifts that everyone had given. No one could compare to it. The 7 dazzling flower was rare and precious. It would only grow in hot cliffs and precipices. It would take 7 years for it to mature, but after it bloomed, it would only last for 7 days. After 7 days, it would wither. If it was picked within 7 days, it would retain its beauty for 7 months. It took me a month to find it, Ding Xian said with a smile. Big brother Ding, I'm very happy that you can come to my birthday. This flower is too precious. Hearing Ding Xian's words, Xiao Mingli was in a difficult position. She knew what Ding Xian meant. However, although Ding Xian was very outstanding and ranked first on the Flood Dragon list, and had a bright future, she did not know why she did not feel anything about Ding Xian. Ding Xian had spent a month to find this heptagram flower. Xiao Mingli could imagine how much effort he had put into this. Flowers match a beauty, Ding Xian said with a smile. His eyes were filled with emotions. He indeed had feelings for Xiao Mingli. Otherwise, he would not have spent a month to find this unique gift, the heptagram flower, for her birthday. Big brother Ding, you must be joking. I don't deserve this flower. Xiao Mingli was a little reluctant, but she firmly handed the heptagram flower back to Ding Xian. Perhaps one day, it will meet someone who truly deserves it. In other words, Xiao Mingli rejected Ding Xian. The smile on Ding Xian's face froze. Everyone around felt a chill quietly spread in the air. They could not help but take a few steps back. It's this flower that doesn't deserve Mingli. Ding Xian forced out a smile and took the white jade box. He didn't even look at it before directly throwing it out. The white jade box drew an arc in the air and fell into the lake, causing a wave of exclamations and pity. In particular, the women present all felt their hearts ache. How nice would it be if he had given it to them? I have something to do. I'll leave first. After saying that, Ding Xian turned around and stomped hard on the ground. His entire body soared into the sky and shot forward like a giant arrow piercing through the air. A terrifying whistling sound was heard. A terrifying gust of wind blew, as if it was going to split the lake. It was as if an invisible battleship was riding the wind and breaking the waves. In the blink of an eye, Ding Xian crossed the distance of 300 meters. However, he did not land. Instead, he continued to move forward and rushed out of the gate of Cloud Lake Garden, disappearing from everyone's sight. 500 meters! Chunzong's eyes were sharp. He saw where Ding Xian had landed and calculated the distance. 500 meters. It was a shocking distance. It was almost impossible for a martial artist in the force refining realm to do that unless they reached the peak of the force refining realm. What a pity. Chunzong originally planned to ask Ding Xian for advice and see if he could find out how to break through to the peak of the force refining realm. After all, his cultivation was close to the peak of the 9th transformation realm. He would reach it soon. Given the current situation, even if Chunzong chased after Ding Xian, he might not be able to find out anything. He could only give up for now. This episode disrupted the atmosphere at the scene. However, with Xiaomingli's mediation and everyone's cooperation, the atmosphere quickly returned to normal. However, the banquet that was supposed to last for 2 hours ended prematurely after an hour or so. This was because people were leaving early one after another. Shenzong also bid farewell and left. His mind was filled with thoughts of reaching the peak of the forest refining realm. After leaving the marquee of Jinshan's mansion, Shenzong walked along the main road toward the Guan mansion. He was still thinking about the problem of reaching the peak of the forest refining realm. It was as if he was possessed. Suddenly, Shenzong stopped in his tracks. A powerful aura locked onto him, bringing with it a strong sense of oppression. There was a figure in front of him blocking his path like an iron chain. It gave Shenzong the feeling that no matter where he went, he would not be able to pass through it. It was Ding Xian. Ding Xian's face was cold, and his eyes were filled with anger. Shenzong could feel that Ding Xian's anger was directed at him. He was surprised and puzzled. He and Ding Xian had never met before. Why was he angry at him? It seems that in the month that I was away, an amazing person came to the imperial city, Ding Xian said. His voice was cold and a little strange. However, you have to remember that being conferred the title of a state knight is nothing special. Comprehending the unity of body and sword is also nothing special. Remember my words, Ding Xian. Stay away from Mingli. Otherwise, I will let you know the consequences. Shenzong suddenly understood. So it had something to do with Xiaomingli. Ding Xian's pursuit of Xiaomingli was fruitless. He had painstakingly given her the heptagram, but it had been returned. This meant that he had been rejected. Of course, he was upset. It was normal that he was upset. After leaving the marquee of Jinshan's mansion, Ding Xian thought about it and turned back. He was not satisfied. Coincidentally, someone had left first and met Ding Xian. Perhaps he wanted to please Ding Xian or something. He said some things and mentioned Shenzong. When he learned that Xiaomingli had not only visited Shenzong personally in the Guan mansion, but also personally sent an invitation to Shenzong, Ding Xian's heart burned with jealousy. Even he had never received such treatment. In an instant, the burning jealousy turned into an inexplicable hostility towards Shenzong. That was why he blocked Shenzong's way. This was the inner city of the imperial city. No one dared to fight, not even nobles. Otherwise, they would violate the laws of the imperial city. Ding Xian was indeed in the qi refining realm. He was known as the #1 genius after the mighty marquis. However, he did not have a right to fight in the inner city. He could not fight, but he could give a warning. If he did not listen to the warning, he would have to bear the consequences. As for being conferred the title of Nation Knight and comprehending the unity of body and sword, it was not a big deal. This was because Ding Xian had also done it. The qi refining realm was his biggest advantage. Among the younger generation in the entire imperial city, he was the only one who had reached the qi refining realm. There is nothing between me and Nation Knight Xiaomingli. We're just friends. Faced with Ding Xian's warning, Shenzong's expression did not change. He spoke neither slowly nor quickly. The thought of asking Ding Xian for advice was immediately washed away and disappeared without a trace. Very good. Remember what you said. If I hear any more rumors, I will let you know the consequences. Ding Xian said coldly, his tone full of threat. How can you say that it is other people's business? Besides, do I need your permission to do anything? Shenzong's expression turned cold as he retorted sharply. The first time, he did not want to cause any trouble because there was no need to. However, Ding Xian was aggressive, and Shenzong was not a pushover. As soon as he said that, Shenzong immediately felt an even more powerful aura rise from Ding Xian's body. It whistled over like an avalanche, and it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. It wanted to drown Shenzong. It was extremely terrifying. Shenzong's expression turned slightly serious. He did not move an inch and let the powerful aura hit him without retreating. Remember what I said. Otherwise, no matter who you are, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Ding Xian was secretly surprised. His expression was fierce, and a trace of ferocity flashed through his eyes. He said this with a strong threat and turned to leave. It was useless to stay because he could not directly attack. Looking at Ding Xian's back, Chunzong could not help shaking his head. Chunzong did not take Ding Xian's warning to heart. The Qi refining realm was indeed very powerful, but so what? If he really fought with all his strength, Chunzong would not be afraid. Moreover, Ding Xian was the first on the Flood Dragon list. He was a powerful opponent. Chunzong knew that as long as he kept practicing, he would fight with him sooner or later. The only difference was sooner or later. Chapter 317. His aura was so strong that it was like an arrow leaving the bow. It pierced through the air and blew up the dust on the ground a few meters away. His eyes shone brightly as a smile appeared on his face. Peak of the 9th transformation stage. Chunzong said in a low voice. It could be said that his current cultivation had reached a limit, but he could still continue to improve because the origin-shattering force had not reached the 6th stage. Peak of the Qi training stage. Chunzong muttered to himself, "If you have any requests, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse." Second Prince Yuan Yi said sincerely, "I want the method to break through to the peak of the Qi training stage." Chunzong said directly. Second Prince Yuan Yi's expression suddenly changed, and then he smiled bitterly. The second Prince, Yuan Yi, personally came to visit Chunzong, hoping that Chunzong could lend him a hand. The trip to the Chilly Wind Valley was mostly about obtaining something from the Chilly Wind Valley. This was a competition between the three princes. Chunzong, you are a kingdom scholar of the dynasty. If second prince needs your help, you should help. How dare you ask for a reward? A genius who came with second prince glared at him and scolded him without holding back. This person was called Wang Ku. Because he was over 24 years old, he was not listed on the Jiao Dragon list. However, his battle power had reached the peak of the 4-star level. Chunzong only glanced at Wang Ku and ignored him. Instead, he stared at second Prince Yuan Yi. Peak of the Qi training stage was very important. Wang Ku, you can leave now. The second Prince, Yuan Yi, said. Chunzong was different from Wang Ku. Wang Ku had pledged allegiance to him a long time ago and was equivalent to being his subordinate. However, Chunzong was not. His talent and potential were astonishing, but he had not pledged allegiance to him yet. Wang Ku glared at Chunzong and had to leave. Brother Chun, in the dynasty, there is no detailed method to break through to the peak of the Qi training stage. There are only some scattered records. The second Prince Yuan Yi said seriously. Since ancient times, every martial artist who could break through to the great perfection stage had their own fortuitous encounters. There is no specific pattern to follow. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's words, Chunzong did not think that the other party was trying to trick him. After all, when he had broken through to the great perfection of the vitality realm, he had been in a perilous situation. It was either success or death, and it was something that could not be replicated. Chunzong thought for a moment and said, "Then, Your Highness, please give me all the records regarding the peak of training state." "Sure," Yuan Yi answered straightforwardly. Even though it was a secret, it wasn't a top secret. "When are we leaving?" Chunzong asked again. 3 days later, I will send someone to inform you, Brother Chun. Yuan Yi said as he stood up to leave. Today, I will have someone send over the records of the great circle of Qi training to Brother Chun. Thank you, Your Highness. Chunzong cupped his hands. The second prince, Yuan Yi, was very efficient. In just a few hours, someone had already sent over a handwritten letter. The handwritten letter looked very old. It was made of animal skin, and it had become somewhat rough due to frequent flipping through. On the cover of the handwritten letter was written, "The Great Circle of Qi Training State." It made Chunzong's eyes light up. After taking a deep breath and calming his excited heart, Chunzong flipped open the handwritten letter and read it carefully. People only think that there are 9 transformations in the Qi training state. Actually, above the 9 transformations, there is a 10th transformation, known as the Great Circle of Perfection. The Great Circle of Perfection means complete fusion. Strength flows through the entire body, reaching the top of the sky, reaching the bottom of the abyss. There was not much content in the handwritten letter. It was only a few pages, and there were only about 100 words in total. These 100 words took Zong a while to finish reading them. It was not that he could not understand them, but as he read, he carefully pondered over them. Every sentence seemed to contain a deep meaning. Unfortunately, there was no way to break through to the great circle of Qi training state in these 100 words. Closing the handwritten letter, Zong closed his eyes and began to think carefully. Strength flows through the entire body, reaching the top of the sky, reaching the bottom of the abyss. He repeated the words silently. There seemed to be a flash of inspiration, but it was as if there was not enough opportunity for it to be complete. After a long time, Zong exhaled and opened his eyes. He felt a little regretful. He still felt that something was missing. He could not truly comprehend the method to break through to the great circle of Qi training state. No rush. There will always be a way, Zong said to himself. For 3 days in a row, Zong had been cultivating. He had been cultivating martial arts, swordsmanship, and the lonely mountain visualization technique. Other than that, he had been comprehending the contents of the handwritten letter. His schedule was packed to the brim. Zong, His Royal Highness the Second Prince, is about to depart. Follow me to meet him now, Wang Ke said coldly as he walked in front of Zong. He had an inexplicable hostility towards Zong. Lead the way, Zong said without any trace of politeness. His attitude made Wang Ke hate him, but he did not dare to do anything. He could only snort coldly, turn around, and stomp hard on the ground, as if he wanted to crush the hard ground. Zong did not care. His time and energy were very precious. He would not waste it on this kind of meaningless battle. If he was an enemy, he would kill him with the sword in his hand. I'm late. Your Royal Highness the Second Prince, please forgive me. Zong smiled and cupped his hands. At the same time, he glanced over. You're not late. Seeing Zong, Yuan smiled and was immediately surprised. Brother Chun, besides being proficient in swordsmanship, you're also proficient in archery? Then he suddenly understood. Yes. I heard that Brother Chun used a strong bow to intimidate Hua Xianma, Qianli, and even saved Yuan Ran and another person. The second Prince Yuan smiled and said, besides the second Prince Yuan, there were 4 other people. 2 of them were geniuses recruited by the second prince. One of them was a genius on the Jiao Dragon list, with the fighting strength of an early 5-star warrior. The other one was slightly older, over 24 years old, but his fighting strength was also extraordinary, reaching the peak of 4-star, the same as Wang Ke. The last 2 were middle-aged men, wearing light armor, with a long blade at their waist. Their appearance was very ordinary, but they looked very similar. They should be blood brothers. Their eyes were filled with a sharp light, and their bodies were surrounded by tyrannical aura fluctuations. They were true martial realm martial artists, but it was unknown what level of true martial realm they were. As for Yuan, his fighting strength was not weak either. He had also reached the mid-stage of 5-star. There were a total of 5 important people who were going to the Chilly Wind Valley. 3 of them had reached the 5-star level, and 2 of them had reached the peak of the 4-star level. This kind of lineup was unparalleled in other counties and could only be gathered in the kingdom. As for the 2 warriors of the true martial realm, they were actually the second Prince Yuan's bodyguards. They had reached the 9th level of the true martial realm, and their fighting strength was even more powerful. The Chilly Wind Valley was located in a mountain to the west of the capital. The 7 of them rode on the red-scale dragon horse. Zong had 2 swords at his waist and the fierce dragon bow on his back. This was a gift from the Marquis Zheng Yuan. The fierce dragon bow was very powerful, and Zong liked it very much. Besides the fierce dragon bow, there were also 3 water-splitting arrows and 9 arrows made of godly iron. After the red-scale dragon horse left the capital, it started to gallop and quickly left the capital. When it was tired, it would rest. When it was done, it would continue its journey. After 7 days, they finally arrived outside the Chilly Wind Valley. Dong Ming, you stay here and guard the red-scale dragon horse. The second Prince Yuan ordered. Dong Wei, follow me into the Chilly Wind Valley. Yes. The two warriors of the true martial realm had three purposes. One was to protect the second prince on the journey. Two was to guard and feed the 7 red-scaled dragon horses. 3 was to follow them into the chilly wind valley to protect the second prince. According to the rules of the royal family, the prince's assessment missions had various restrictions. Depending on the assessment mission, the level of assistance would naturally be different. Currently, the assistance could only be from the training realm. Warriors of the true martial realm were not allowed to help. However, if there were warriors of the true martial realm accompanying them, they could protect their lives. However, during the assessment mission, the warriors of the true martial realm were not allowed to help. In short, the only purpose of the warriors of the true martial realm was to protect the second prince's life. That was all. The 6 of them quickly walked forward towards the entrance of the chilly wind valley. Whining sounds came from the chilly wind valley and entered everyone's ears. It sounded like weeping and complaining, like the crying of ghosts. The timid people would be so scared that their hands and feet would tremble. "Your Royal Highness, what are we going to do in the chilly wind valley?" Shenzong asked. In the beginning, the second prince had only invited him to the chilly wind valley to complete the assessment mission for the princes. However, he did not specify what the mission was. "We could talk about it now. This time, what we're going to do is to find the chilly wind pearl in the chilly wind valley." The second prince said seriously, "Legend has it that a long time ago, a great battle broke out here. Countless lives were lost, and countless lives were lost. The collision of extraordinary forces split open a valley. Because too many people died in the valley, and because the ley lines were broken, Inshi permeated the valley. Over time, the chilly wind valley was formed, and many chilly wind corpses were born. There are strong and weak chilly wind corpses. The weak ones are comparable to the late stage of the training realm. The strong chilly wind corpses are said to have the strength of the true martial realm. They are very powerful. As for the chilly wind pearl, it often appears in places with dense yin qi. It is also often guarded by strong, chilly wind corpses. Remember, do not be scratched or bitten by the chilly wind corpses. Otherwise, you will be invaded by the corpse poison. If you are lucky, you will fall into a coma. If you are unlucky, you will be assimilated by the corpse poison and become a monster like the chilly wind corpses." The second Prince Yuan Yi said seriously. "In addition, we are not the only ones entering the chilly wind valley to find the chilly wind pearl. There will be others. Our goal is to complete the mission. If we can avoid conflict, we will. However, if anyone dares to offend us, you do not have to be merciful." The second prince had come to carry out the assessment mission. Of course, he would keep it a secret and not reveal his identity. If he encountered opponents of the training realm, Dong Wei would ignore them and let them deal with them. However, if he encountered opponents of the true martial realm, Dong Wei would not be a decoration. It should be known that Dong Wei was a warrior of the royal family at the peak of the LV9 true martial realm. He practiced advanced cultivation methods and martial arts. His strength was many times stronger than that of an ordinary warrior at the peak of the LV9 true martial realm. As they approached, the whining sound became clearer. Soon, they saw the entrance of the chilly wind valley. It seemed to have been ruthlessly cut open by a giant knife. It could accommodate about 3 people at the same time. Chapter 3:18. Inside the chilly wind valley, the black fog was everywhere, obstructing everyone's vision. They could still see clearly when they were close, but when they were more than 50 meters away, their vision would gradually become blurry. Even with Chunzong's extraordinary eyesight, he could only see about 200 meters away. Beyond that, his vision would become blurry, and he would only be able to vaguely see the outline. However, for Dong Wei, who was at the peak of LV9 of the true martial realm, 200 meters was nothing. He could see everything clearly within 500 meters. In this way, he could detect danger more quickly and judge whether the second prince's life was in danger before deciding whether to take action. This black fog was the unique yin qi in the chilly wind valley. There was yin qi in the ley line, but the yin qi in the ley line was very pure. The yin qi in the chilly wind valley was formed by the yin qi in the ley line and the corpse qi of the yin wind corpse over countless years. It was extremely cold. It could be said that if a martial artist in the qi and blood realm entered this place, they would not be able to withstand it. Only those who had reached the qi refining realm could protect their body from the yin corpse qi. However, those whose cultivation was not high enough, such as those in the early or middle stage of the qi refining realm, would not be able to withstand it for long. Only those who had reached the late stage of the qi refining realm could withstand it. The cultivation of the second prince and the other three had reached the peak of the 9th cycle of the qi refining realm. Furthermore, their cultivation techniques were extraordinary. Their inner strength had been honed time and time again, becoming more vigorous and pure. It was easy for them to combine it with their powerful qi and blood to resist the yin corpse qi's invasion. As for Chenzong, although his inner strength had just reached the peak of the 9th cycle of the qi refining realm, he had not reached the 6th cycle of the qi refining realm. His inner strength had not reached the true limit yet, so naturally, he did not need to hone his inner strength. Honing one's inner strength had to be done when one's inner strength had reached the limit and could not be improved any further. It could be further strengthened from the original foundation to increase one's combat strength, just by relying on his pure yang qi and blood qi at the peak of the qi and blood realm. Chenzong was able to resist the yin corpse qi's invasion without any hindrance. As for Dongwei, he was a powerful martial artist at the peak of the LV9 true martial realm. Even if the yin corpse qi was 10 times stronger, it would not be able to do anything to him. A chilly wind grass. Wang could discover a stalk of black grass not far away and hurriedly pulled it out, wanting to offer it to the second prince, Yue. I've already said that other than the yin wind corpses and yin wind pearls, there are also precious medicines of the yin attribute growing in the chilly wind valley. Other than the yin wind pearls, whatever you obtain will be yours, said the second prince, Yue. He didn't accept the yin wind grass. Thank you, your highness. Wonka was overjoyed. The price of the yin wind grass was not low. It could be sold for at least dozens of spirit shells. It had great medicinal value. It was even more useful for warriors who practiced yin attribute cultivation methods. Chenzong glanced at the chilling wind grass. He could sense the pure, chilling aura contained in it. After finding a stalk of yin wind grass that was worth quite a lot, Wang Ku worked even harder, and the others seemed to be motivated as well. Little by little, they went deeper into the evil wind valley. Although this chilly wind valley was a mountain valley, it was very large and spacious. Moreover, the black yin corpse qi permeated in all directions, covering the sky and covering the sun. The range of vision was very small, which increased the difficulty of exploration for cultivators. After about a few hundred meters, Chenzong heard a strange sound. It was very subtle, and he couldn't help but feel a chill. As for Dongwei, his expression didn't change, but his eyes were fixed in one direction. He had noticed something approaching before Chenzong. Then, it was the second prince who discovered it. Everyone pay attention. The second prince, Yue, said in a low voice. His eyes flashed as he stared ahead. His internal strength surged, ready to attack at any time. As a prince, although he had to know how to use people, he also needed to be strong enough. The current emperor was a transcendent realm master, so he was very powerful. Hearing the second prince's words, Wang Ku and the others also became vigilant and looked ahead. Gradually, a blurry figure appeared. It seemed to be stumbling towards the group like a drunk man. A low voice seemed to come from the depths of the throat, and then came out again. It was transmitted through the air into everyone's ears, and a trace of rotten, cold smell spread out. It's the yin wind corpse. Lu Cheng, who had the fighting strength of an early 5-star, said in a low voice. It's just the yin wind corpse. Watch me cut it down. Wang Ke smiled coldly, pulled out his long blade, and strode forward. Yue frowned slightly, but didn't stop him. Wang Ke's fighting strength was at the peak of 4-star, not weak at all. He should be able to cut down the yin wind corpse, and even if he couldn't, he should be able to retreat. Die! With a low shout, Wang Ke's long blade emitted a shocking blade light. It was as bright as snow, and after directly splitting the black Yin corpse chi, it heavily chopped down on the Yin Wind corpse's body. The Yin Wind corpse was not split in half by Wang Ke's saber. However, the powerful force pushed the Yin Wind corpse back a few meters. A saber wound was left on its body. Its greenish-black skin and flesh were exposed. It was a horrifying sight to behold as it decayed. Wang Ke was shocked. The blade's power was very strong. Even if it was steel, it would be able to cut it in half. However, it only injured the Yin Wind corpse, and this Yin Wind corpse didn't feel pain or anything. Even if its head was cut open, it wouldn't be fatal, so it still charged forward. With a low roar, the Yin Wind corpse seemed to be enraged. Its speed increased, and it leaped towards Wang Ke. Wang Ke once again attacked with his blade. The blade light was as bright as snow, and his internal strength burst out. The blade chi seemed to be able to split the earth, and it ruthlessly chopped down on the Yin Wind corpse's body. It once again sent the Yin Wind corpse flying. This blade almost split open the Yin Wind corpse's entire head, and a fishy smell spread out, making people want to vomit. Die! Wang Ke took a step forward, and with both hands holding the blade, he fiercely chopped down. The white blade chi broke through the air and cut open the ground. It separated the black Yin corpse chi in front and directly chopped down on the Yin Wind corpse's head, cutting it in half. The Yin Wind corpse with its head cut in half staggered and fell to the ground. That was its fatal weakness. From the battle between Wang Ke and the Yin Wind corpse, everyone could infer that the Yin Wind corpse's battle power was not weak. A 3-star battle power might not be able to do anything to it. Its body is harder than steel. It seems like it has been affected by the Yin Chi here for many years. Shunzong secretly said, the Yin Wind corpse was a very disgusting thing. Not only was it dangerous, but it also didn't have any benefits. It was better not to encounter it if possible, but there were a lot of Yin Wind corpses in the Chilly Wind Valley. Just as the second Prince Yuan Yi said, the Yin Wind corpse in the Chilly Wind Valley was at least at the late stage of the Qi training realm. It was even harder to deal with in a late-stage Qi training realm warrior. After all, the Yin Wind corpse didn't feel pain. Its body was harder than steel, and it had great strength. Once it got within a few meters, it would explode with shocking speed, and it also contained corpse poison. With a casual swing of his sword, a Yin Wind corpse's head was chopped off. At the same time, the Yin Wind corpse's body also fell to the ground. Although the Yin Wind corpse had all kinds of advantages that made people afraid, its weakness was also very obvious, and that was its head. Once the head was chopped off, the threat would be eliminated. As they continued to move forward, about a few thousand meters, they were attacked by Yin Wind corpses several times. The first time, it was only one Yin Wind corpse. Just now, they encountered a group of more than a dozen Yin Wind corpses. The weak ones were indeed at the 9th transformation of the Qi training realm, while the strong ones were at the 4-star level. However, the combat strength of the group was not weak. They easily killed all the Yin Wind corpses with their attacks. With a shake of his sword, his inner strength revolved and directly expelled the poisonous blood of the Yin Wind corpse from the sword. Such a clean and neat move made Dong Wei take a few more glances. Chunzong's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm, and he was trained by the royal family. Whether it was his strength or his eyesight, he was much better than ordinary warriors of the true martial realm. Although Chunzong's sword move was simple, it was mysterious. It is indeed the body and sword as one realm, and it seems that it is not as simple as just entering it. Dong Wei thought. If he knew that Chunzong's body and sword as one realm had already reached the 2nd stage of Lingwu, who knows how shocked he would be. The Lingwu realm was a level that many pseudo-transcendent realm masters had not reached, but a Qi training realm warrior had reached it. The shock was too great. After killing several waves of Yin Wind corpses, they still did not find the Yin Wind pearl. Yin Wind pearls often appeared in places with rich Yin Qi. After all, it was the crystallization of Yin Qi, the essence of Yin Qi. Suddenly, there was some movement in front of them. Everyone became vigilant. Their eyes flashed, and a tyrannical aura filled the air. A few figures appeared. They were not Wind corpses, but other people. When they saw Chun Zong and the others, their faces were also full of vigilance. They did not approach, but instead circled around them with a distance of several dozen meters, afraid of unnecessary trouble. When a warrior entered a place like Chilly Wind Valley, they either came for the Wind Pearl or the attribute herbs in Chilly Wind Valley. In short, they were all driven by benefits. If they could obtain the Wind Pearl and attribute herbs without having to fight, it was of course a good thing. The second prince and the others saw that these people had circled around and left, but they did not have any intention to pursue. If others did not offend them, they would not offend them. In Chilly Wind Valley, corpse chi was everywhere. The deeper one went, the thicker the corpse chi became. However, it was not easy to find the place where the Wind Pearl was born. It was partly dependent on luck. Chun Zong glanced around and saw a black flower growing on a dead tree 100 meters away. It looked like a flower, but it was not a flower. It looked like a mushroom. His figure flashed, and like a gust of wind, he crossed the 100 meters and appeared in front of the black mushroom. With a flash of his sword, he gently and accurately picked it up, and it fell into his hand. Suddenly, Chun Zong felt a trace of chi flow along his palm, as if it had a life of its own. It drilled into his palm and froze his entire palm, then quickly spread to his arm. His pure yang blood chi vibrated and immediately resisted the invading chi. Wave after wave, it was like an endless wave, but it was unable to expel the chi quickly. This is a spirit mushroom. It seems to be at least 200 years old. Congratulations, Brother Chun. The second prince he looked carefully and smiled. Chapter 319. The Ganoderma grew in dead trees that had been tainted by chi. It continued to absorb corpse chi and chi from the earth vein to grow, so it contained rich chi. This power was contained inside the spirit mushroom, and only a little of it leaked out naturally. For warriors who cultivated attribute cultivation methods, this was a great supplement, but for those who didn't cultivate attribute cultivation methods, this power was harmful and not helpful. They couldn't let it enter their bodies to prevent it from corroding their meridians. Chun Zong was not afraid. His powerful pure yang chi and blood could automatically resist the Ganoderma's cold power. However, when he held the Ganoderma in his hand, wave after wave of cold energy gushed towards him like an endless tide. Gradually, Chun Zong realized that between the endless cold energy of the Ganoderma and his own inexhaustible pure yang energy, there seemed to be a trace of pure and unique energy born from the Ganoderma. The power was invisible and colorless, and it was difficult to feel its fluctuation. However, it was not restricted by chi and blood, and naturally penetrated into Chun Zong's body and came into contact with his internal strength. As soon as they came into contact, the powerful and sharp chaotic origin-breaking force began to operate on its own. Why is this? Chun Zong held the sword in one hand and the Ganoderma in the other. He paid attention to the movements around him and carefully felt the invisible, pure, and warm power while thinking secretly. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind and turned into spiritual light. Pure yang chi and blood is yang, and the power contained in the Ganoderma is yin. Yin and yang are diametrically opposite, but there is also a saying that yin and yang meet and merge. As if he had found the root, all kinds of understanding emerged. Immediately, Chun Zong put the Ganoderma in his chest. It naturally came into contact with his body and naturally released its cold power. It constantly collided with his pure yang chi and blood, and gave birth to the pure and warm power that nourished his internal strength. If it weren't for the fact that he was in Chilly Wind Valley, Chun Zong would have closed himself to study and cultivate. After a while, everyone had gained something. Chun Zong also found a fist-sized piece of nether iron. Its entire body was jet black, and there seemed to be a black aura surrounding it. It was only the size of a fist, but it seemed to weigh dozens of kilograms. Furthermore, a cold aura filled the surroundings, as if he was holding a block of ice. Underworld iron was a type of forging material that was very valuable. When fused with other suitable materials, the weapon forged would have Een attribute energy. Qinzong could also feel the cold aura of the Een hell iron invading his body like an Een Ganoderma, colliding with his pure yang qi and blood. However, the aura of the Een hell iron was slightly different from that of the Een Ganoderma. It was colder. Fortunately, Qinzong's qi and blood were pure yang, so he was able to withstand it. With the invasion of the power of the nether iron, the pure and warm power that had been transformed also increased a little. After merging with the inner force, Qinzong felt a strange feeling become more and more obvious. Qinzong was shocked when he tried to use the chaotic heaven origin breaking force. This pure and gentle formless energy was actually beneficial to the cultivation of the chaotic origin breaking force. This cultivation was not to increase the quantity of the chaotic origin breaking force, nor was it to increase its purity. Instead, it was to increase the number of layers of the chaotic origin breaking force. In other words, with the help of these two items, Qinzong could break through the 5th layer and reach the 6th layer faster. By then, his strength would be significantly improved. I didn't expect this trip to the chilly Wind Valley to be so wonderful. Qinzong laughed secretly. Even if he didn't get the handbook, this benefit alone was enough. The Een Wind Pearl is the crystallization of Een energy. It's the condensation of its essence. If I could get the Een Wind Pearl, Qinzong suddenly had an idea. If he could get the Een Wind Pearl, it might be even more helpful. As they went deeper and deeper, they encountered 2 groups of people while killing Een Wind corpses. However, they were all dozens of meters away from each other and didn't approach each other. They even looked very vigilant, fearing that Qinzong would make trouble for them. At this time, the second prince took out something. It was a palm-sized black compass. This is the Een measuring compass. It was made by the ancestors of the royal family, according to the mysteries of the Een energy. The second prince noticed everyone's surprised eyes and explained, "The function of the Een measuring compass is to detect where the Een energy is dense. It's easier for us to find the Een Wind Pearl. I didn't take it out just now because the detection range of the compass is limited and we haven't gone deep enough. Moreover, the power it contains is also limited, so we can only use it for half an hour. We must be careful." The second prince, Yuan Yi, explained. Otherwise, if the compass had a long range and could be used without limit, he would have taken it out when he entered the chilly Wind Valley. There was no need to wait until now. "Your Highness, what's the range of the compass?" Qinzong asked. "About 1,000 meters. Yuan Yi didn't hide it. Restricted by the terrain and environment of the chilly Wind Valley, everyone's vision was greatly affected. Even Dongwei, who was at the peak of the 9th LV of the true martial realm, could only see 500 meters away. If they were in the outside world, it wouldn't be a problem to see 10,000 meters away. The Een measuring compass had a detection range of about a kilometer. Although it wasn't a long distance, it was more useful than his eyes in this place. After half an hour, the needle on the compass was still spinning slowly, but it didn't find a suitable target. Everyone was still moving forward. Low roars sounded like rolling thunder. 3 Een Wind corpses rushed from 3 different directions. The Een Wind roared, and the rotten smell was disgusting. The second prince quickly stopped the compass and put it away. His sword broke through the air, and the sword light slashed out like a crescent moon. Qinzong waved his hand. The red thunder sword was like a flash of red lightning. It was extremely fast, cutting the black Een corpse chi and accurately cutting the neck of the Een Wind corpse. However, it didn't cut off the Een Wind corpse's neck. It stopped halfway, and the sword was stuck. The Een Wind corpse wasn't affected at all. It opened its mouth and spat out a black Een corpse chi at Qinzong. It was extremely smelly. At the same time, its corpse claw fiercely clawed at Qinzong's face. "Break!" With a low shout, the bones and muscles in his arms instantly vibrated, integrating all of his strength into one. The power passed through the sore body, and the sword that was originally stuck moved, cutting off the other half of the Ian Wind Corpse's neck like a hot knife through butter. The ingenious power caused the Ian Wind Corpse's head to fly high into the air, and its entire body also flew to one side under the tyrannical power. The corpse's claws swept past Chunzong's side, and even the stinky Ian Corpse chi blew past Chunzong's side, not affecting Chunzong at all. The other two Ian Wind Corpses were also killed by several people. Second Prince Yuan, he took out the Ian measuring compass again and continued to explore. About 100 meters forward, the needle on the Ian measuring compass suddenly trembled. As it shook, it attracted everyone's attention. After about 3 breaths, the needle stopped and pointed to the left. There! Second Prince Yuan, he suddenly showed a smile. He immediately sped up, but he didn't let down his guard. He was always paying attention to the movements around him. With a clear target, 1,000 meters was actually not a long distance. Soon, everyone felt an astonishing cold Yin Qi pervading, as if it was going to freeze them. This kind of cold Yin Qi had reached a level that ordinary warriors of the training realm couldn't bear. Only warriors of the star level could resist it. This is a place where Yin Qi gathers. There's a chance that an Yin Wind Pearl will be born here. Second Prince said. He stopped the Yin measuring compass and put it away. As they got closer, the cold Yin Qi became more and more intense. Immediately, a low roar sounded. In the darkness in front of them, there seemed to be 2 scarlet lights flashing. The roar was full of anger and threat, as if it was warning everyone not to get closer. A powerful Ian Wind Corpse. Everyone's heart trembled. The strength of Ian Wind Corpses was related to their roars. Of course, it didn't mean that the louder the Ian Wind Corpse was, the more powerful the Ian Wind Corpse was, There's a high chance that there is an Ian Wind Pearl here. Second Prince's face showed joy. The Ian Wind Pearl is very attractive to Ian Wind Corpses. Staying next to the Ian Wind Pearl can make the Ian Wind Corpse slowly become stronger. The Ian Wind Corpse roared to threaten us and didn't let us get closer, but it didn't take the initiative to kill us. It must be guarding the Ian Wind Pearl. Since they were going to carry out this test mission, Second Prince had done his homework in advance and understood everything that he could. Some of the Ian Wind Corpse's characteristics, Second Prince already knew it in his heart. That was why he came to this conclusion. The Ian Wind Corpse inside might not be any weaker than a 5-star martial artist. It might even be harder to deal with. Everyone must be careful. Second Prince reminded. Ian Wind Corpses were different from martial artists. If a martial artist was injured, it would affect their ability to use their strength. However, Ian Wind Corpses wouldn't. It didn't matter if they were injured or not. Moreover, the corpse poison on their body was very scary. They must not be touched, or else the consequences would be very bad. As everyone got closer, the dark Ian Corpse Chi's scarlet light became more and more intense. The roar sounded again, and it was like rolling thunder. It was accompanied by a thick, rotten smell. Weaker martial artists in the Qi refining realm would feel dizzy and nauseous. They might even feel weak, and their limbs would be weak. Chunzong and the others immediately held their breaths. They circulated their inner strength to prevent the rotten smell from invading their bodies. For powerful martial artists in the Qi refining realm like them, even if they didn't breathe for a period of time, they would be fine. Of course, it couldn't be for too long. The dark Ian Corpse Qi was very thick. It interfered with everyone's vision even more. They could only vaguely see the outline of a figure. It looked like it was about to pounce, but it didn't really pounce. Roar! An even louder roar came with a strong gust of wind. Wang Ke's long saber slashed down. The bright saber light seemed to have split the darkness. A few saber chi crisscrossed and slashed out. All of them hit the figure. A series of popping sounds were heard. The saber chi shattered. However, everyone realized that the figure didn't move at all. It was as if the saber chi had hit a piece of refined steel. Chapter 320. As it pounced, the wind howled. Everyone immediately dodged, and then attacked with their swords and sabers. The swords were like lightning, and the sabers were like torrents. The Ian Wind Corpse was powerful and fast, and its body was abnormally hard. However, it was not flexible enough, because its limbs were stiff, and so was its body. Under the attack of the sabers and swords, the Wind corpse could not dodge and was immediately hit. The sound of leather being beaten sounded dull. Chunzong and the others all felt a strong rebounding force, which almost knocked the swords out of their hands. The corpse claw swept across like a whistling hurricane. Waves of corpse chi swept out and spread out. There was a faint green light in the corpse claw. That was a highly condensed corpse poison. When it hit people in the face, it made them feel dizzy. Retreat, retreat, retreat. In the blink of an eye, everyone used their body techniques to avoid the Wind corpse's claws and pulled away from it. However, the Wind corpse did not chase after them, but returned to its original position. This made everyone feel troubled. The Wind corpse did not have intelligence, and it only acted based on its instinct. Its instinct told it that the Wind pearl was extremely important to it, so it would not leave if it could. This Wind corpse's battle power is probably at the late stage of 5-star, or even higher. The second Prince Yuan said in a low voice. Dong Wei did not say a word. His role was to protect the second prince and also the others. However, if the second prince's life was not in danger, he would not intervene, and he would not even remind him. Otherwise, if Dong Wei intervened, he would need to pull out his saber, and he would be able to crush the Wind corpse with just a finger. Late stage of 5-star. Wang Ku and the other peak 4-star warriors' faces suddenly changed, and so did the 5-star genius. Only Chunzong's face did not change at all. When his sword landed on the Wind corpse, Chunzong could feel the toughness of the Wind corpse's body. The strength of the Wind corpse could be determined not only by its roar, but also by the strength of its body. The stronger the Wind corpse was, the longer it would be tempered by Shi, or if it found a treasure like the Wind pearl to guard it, it would be tempered by more Shi, and its body would naturally be stronger. Your Highness, how should we deal with them? Wonka asked. A peak 4-star battle power was indeed not weak, but the difference between it and a 5-star battle power was obvious. Moreover, it was a late-stage 5-star battle power, especially a monster like the Wind corpse. Even if he used all his strength and used the secret technique to increase his strength, he would not be able to cause any damage to the Wind corpse. Our goal is only the Wind pearl. We don't have to kill the Wind corpse. Second Prince Yuan said, therefore, we only need to lure the Wind corpse a certain distance away from the Wind pearl. Then, for people will act together to temporarily trap it, and one person will obtain the Wind pearl. Who would obtain the Wind pearl would be very important, because surrounding the Wind corpses was dangerous. Wang Ku, Brother Chun, and I will trap the Wind corpse. You can attack after that. Quickly get the Wind corpse, the second prince said in an unquestionable tone. Yes, I will definitely get the Wind pearl. Wang Ku was overjoyed and quickly replied. Although his tone was unquestionable, the second prince still looked at Chunzong. After all, among the people present, only Chunzong was invited by him personally. Chunzong did not have any objections. Although the Wind corpse was very strong, if he attacked with all his strength, it would only be stronger. What was there to be afraid of? After the plan was made, the people approached the Wind corpse again, causing it to roar continuously. When they were close enough, the Wind corpse rushed out again. It was like a gust of wind, and it rushed towards the people with a foul smell. Attack! The second prince shouted in a low voice, and his inner strength immediately flowed into the long sword. The sword trembled slightly, and a misty green light burst out, and a tyrannical power filled the air. Pseudo-spiritual weapon. Chunzong was shocked. He did not expect the sword in the second prince's hand to be a pseudo-spiritual weapon. At this time, with the power of the pseudo-spiritual weapon and his own strength, his battle strength immediately increased a lot. The sword turned into a stream of light, and a misty green light directly dispersed the dark corpse chi around. 3 green lights sword shadows pierced the Wind corpse's body at the same time. The terrifying pseudo-spiritual weapon sword directly broke the Wind corpse's hard body and the power directly penetrated it. The Wind corpse's flying momentum paused for a moment, and the other people's swords and sabers also fell on it. The four people took this opportunity to spread out and formed a quadrangular encirclement with the Wind corpse in the middle. Sabers and swords flashed like thunder in the sky. Wang Ku immediately rushed towards the location of the Wind pearl. The Wind corpse did not have intelligence, but it instinctively felt that the treasure that was extremely useful to it was about to be taken away. It was furious, and it opened its cracked mouth, revealing a mouthful of yellow broken teeth, and spat out dark green corpse poison. Retreat. Everyone's complexion changed, and they immediately retreated for fear of being affected by the corpse poison. The Wind corpse directly gave up on the others and immediately rushed towards the Wind pearl. Its corpse claws fiercely clawed at Wang Ku, who dared to steal the treasure. Wang Ku was scared out of his wits. How could he resist such a powerful Wind corpse? Even so, with many years of cultivation and a strong will, Wang Ku would not sit still and wait for death. In an instant, he stimulated his internal strength and recklessly poured it into the long saber in his hands. The saber light was blazing like a small scorching sun, bursting out in amazing light. Cut! Wang Ku breathed out, and his voice was like spring thunder. This saber, with all the strength in his body, was a most tyrannical saber, as if it could split a mountain. The desperate saber directly chopped at the Wind corpse's head. The tyrannical power repelled the Wind corpse, and the counterforce also made Wang Ku step back. The skin between his thumb and index finger was split open, and blood dripped. The smell of blood immediately made the Wind corpse crazy, and after a pause, it once again rushed towards Wang Ku. This attack, Wang Ku could not dodge or resist. This Wind corpse's battle power was not at the late stage of the 5-star realm, but at the peak of the 5-star realm. Taking into account its sturdy body, powerful strength, and shocking speed, even a peak 5-star realm battle power would not be able to kill it. The distance between Wang Ku and the others was not far, only a dozen meters. But the Wind corpse was even closer, only a few meters, and its speed was extremely fast. Unless Dong Wei attacked. Otherwise, in the blink of an eye, suddenly, a transparent shadow condensed in front of Wang Ku and heavily chopped down with its sword. The tyrannical sword light was like thunder breaking through the air and arrived first, chopping at the Wind corpse's chest. The sword light shattered, and the shadow disappeared, while the Wind corpse flew backwards. Then, a second transparent shadow, a third, and a fourth one appeared one after another. The long sword sliced through the air like a landslide, or a tsunami, or a gust of wind. 3 consecutive swords, piercing, chopping, and slicing, all hit the Wind corpse's neck, directly chopping it off and sending it flying high. The change was too fast. The second prince and the others could not react in time, and Wang Ku was also stunned. Only Dong Wei stared at Chun Zong with bright eyes. "Brother Chun, so your battle power..." The second prince smiled bitterly when he realized what had happened. He originally thought that Chun Zong's battle power was at the early stage of the 5-star realm, or at most the middle stage of the 5-star realm. He did not expect that he had underestimated him. This was not a 5-star realm battle power. It was definitely a 6-star realm battle power, but he did not know what level it was at. Chun Zong smiled slightly, but did not say much. "Thank you for saving my life." Wang Ku's expression was complicated, but in the end, he still saluted Chun Zong with his fists clasped. If it were not for Chun Zong, he would have been dead, and even become a monster like the Wind corpse. He definitely did not want that kind of result. And before, he had a lot of dissatisfaction with Chun Zong. Now, thinking about it, he felt ashamed. "It's nothing," Chun Zong said slowly, and then looked at the second prince. "Your Highness, it's time to take the Wind pearl." "Okay." The second prince reacted quickly. His body flashed, and he immediately went past Wang Ku. His eyes locked on a black pearl, and he reached out his hand to grab it. It was as if he was looking for the moon in the ocean. As soon as the black pearl was in his hand, the second prince's hand trembled uncontrollably, and he hurriedly covered it with his internal force. Yes, it's the Wind Pearl. I finally got it. The second Prince Yuan smiled happily. Then he looked at Chunzong. Brother Chun, if it were not for you, I would not have gotten the Wind Pearl this time, and I might have even failed the test. Even without me, the second prince could have passed the test. Chunzong smiled. As the second prince of the dynasty, he must have some hidden tricks. It would not be impossible for him to pass the test. At most, the process would be more complicated. Second prince, can you show me the Wind Pearl? Chunzong asked. Of course. The second prince handed the Wind Pearl to Chunzong without hesitation. Brother Chun, be careful of the power of the Wind Pearl. After Chunzong took it, he immediately felt as if he was holding a block of ice in his hand. It was so cold that it penetrated his bones. The coldness even seeped into his palm and rushed up his arm, invading his body and freezing it. Before the internal force was released, the pure yang blood, qi, naturally counterattacked and collided with the invading coldness. Chunzong could clearly feel that this black Wind Pearl, which was the size of an egg, contained a shocking amount of energy. Moreover, it was extremely pure and could instantly freeze the blood of an ordinary qi refining stage martial artist. The second prince almost fell into the trap just now. Fortunately, he reacted in time. However, Chunzong had a strong pure yang blood qi, so he was not afraid. When the pure yang blood qi collided with the energy of the Wind Pearl, more invisible but pure and gentle energy was created. It quickly passed through the bones and muscles and merged with the chaotic heaven yuan breaking force. This efficiency is much better than the Ganoderma and nether iron, at least 10 times. Chunzong thought to himself. Immediately, Chunzong looked at the second prince and said, Your Highness, this Wind Pearl is of great help to my cultivation. May I ask your Highness to use the measuring compass to find a second one? The second prince's task was to find a Wind Pearl. One was enough. Okay. Second Prince Yuan, who did not hesitate at all and immediately agreed. To him, it was just using the measuring compass for a bit longer. This way, Chunzong would owe him a favor, which would be even more beneficial for recruiting him in the future. Thank you. Chunzong cupped his hands in salute. The second prince took out the detecting compass again and quickly scanned the area. The others did not object because they followed the second prince's orders. As for Dong Wei, he did not care at all. In the entire chilly Wind Valley, there was nothing that could threaten him. Chapter 321. The dark corpse qi surged like a fountain and filled the surroundings. Everyone's vision was affected even more. Their range of vision was further reduced, and even their 5 senses were blurred. Stop! Suddenly, Dong Wei shouted. Second prince, there's an wind corpse in front of us. Dong Wei's words made everyone's expression change. They all stopped in their tracks. If the wind corpse was below the true martial realm, they would have the confidence to try. However, the gap between the true martial realm and the strength refining realm was too big. Even if they tried their best, they would not be able to hurt the wind corpse, let alone kill it. Of course, if the second prince, or Chunzong, used the sword qi sealed in the red thunder sword, they could easily kill the wind corpse in the true martial realm. However, it was not worth it. They could only adjust their direction and move forward. Brother Chun, the measuring compass does not have much time left. The second prince looked at the needle on the compass that was spinning with difficulty and said, if we can't find another place with dense qi before the compass runs out, we will leave. Okay. Chunzong did not hesitate. It would be better if they could find the wind pearl. However, if they could not, they would have to think of another way. Chunzong had already made up his mind. They were not very lucky. When the needle on the compass stopped spinning, it meant that the power of the compass had run out. They had to return to the royal family to be replenished. The second prince could not do anything about it. Brother Chun, the power of the compass has run out. The second prince said, let's go out. Chunzong said, I'm really sorry, Brother Chun. If this wind pearl was not for my test mission, I could give it to you. The second prince said, "Second prince, you are willing to spend your precious time and energy with me to continue searching for the Wind Pearl. I am already grateful." Chenzong smiled. Everyone left. However, inside the chilly Wind Valley, the corpse chi was everywhere. The five senses were affected, and it was easy to lose direction. It was not easy for everyone to find the right direction and walk out of the chilly Wind Valley. Second prince, everyone, you go back first. Take the red-scaled dragon horse with you. Chenzong said. Brother Chun, what are you doing? Everyone there was shocked. The second prince was quick to ask. I plan to stay here and cultivate for a period of time, Chenzong said with a smile. His unhurried words contained an unquestionable determination. Brother Chun really doesn't let go of any opportunity. When the second prince heard this, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly, and then he looked very impressed. Since Brother Chun has already made up his mind, I won't try to persuade you. I only hope to see an even stronger Brother Chun in the royal city. I will, Chenzong said. His tone was filled with unparalleled confidence, which inexplicably shook people's hearts. Goodbye. After watching the second prince and the others leave the chilly Wind Valley, Chenzong turned around and walked back into the chilly Wind Valley without hesitation. The corpse chi permeated the air, and as it flowed, it seemed to transform into gusts of wind that blew. Chenzong looked around and chose a new direction. Finding a Wind Pearl was a must. The second prince and the others spurred their horses and quickly left the chilly Wind Valley, rushing towards the royal city as fast as lightning. Sitting on the back of the vigorous and fierce red-scaled dragon horse, the second prince's body rose and fell along with the horse. His thoughts also rose and fell, and he was extremely restless. Brother Chun has such talent and potential, and he works so hard. I wonder how far he will go in the future. Perhaps it would be better to walk on this path of pursuing power. As soon as this thought appeared, the second prince couldn't help but shake his head and eliminate this thought. However, his mind couldn't calm down. Hand over everything you have, or else you will die without a burial place. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider whether you want to live or not. Chenzong was surrounded by 4 people, some in their 20s and some in their 30s. The aura they emitted was at the peak of the 9th transformation stage of the Qi refining stage. Their combat strength shouldn't be weak either. The Qi refining stage and the Qi refining stage were the foundation. They focused on building one's foundation and making it incomparably solid. The true martial stage was an extension of the foundation. It was the process of developing one's potential on top of a solid foundation. Therefore, the difference between the Qi refining stage and the true martial stage was quite obvious. Many martial artists couldn't break through to the true martial stage in their entire lives and could only stay in the Qi refining stage. However, these martial artists would often accumulate and stabilize with the passage of time, or they would have some fortuitous encounter that would allow their strength to exceed the peak of the 9th transformation stage of the Qi refining stage. In fact, even in a small and remote county like Linshan County, there were martial artists of the Qi refining stage who had reached the 4-star level. However, they were not young and couldn't be listed in the dynasty's rankings. And those who dared to enter the chilly Wind Valley to seek fortuitous encounters weren't weak. Even if they hadn't reached the 4-star level, there were still 2- or 3-star level martial artists. If Chenzong and the second prince were still together, these people would think twice before making a move. However, with only Chenzong left, they naturally wouldn't let him go. Leave all your belongings and leave now, and you can live, Chenzong said calmly. His expression was calm, and his eyes were deep. The 4 people were startled at first, then they burst into laughter. Their laughter caused the corpse chi around them to fluctuate. Looks like you want to die. One of them, a middle-aged man in his 30s, sneered. His blade slashed through the air like lightning. Chenzong could acutely feel that the power of this blade had reached the 3-star level. However, it was only at the beginning of the 3-star level. Weak. Too weak. However, even if it was an ant that dared to kill him, There was no reason for him to let it go. The sword flashed. Without even seeing it clearly, the blade stopped in mid-air and didn't move. The man tried his best, but he found that he couldn't make the blade continue moving. The other 3 people widened their eyes and found that they couldn't move their bodies. Their strength was constantly draining away, and their consciousness was gradually falling into darkness. This was death. Although they had never died before, they had this feeling. Why did they feel death? They couldn't figure it out. Chunzong's sword was too fast. Chunzong killed the 4 people with a casual swing of his sword. His expression didn't change at all, as if he was stepping on ants. Immediately, Chunzong searched the 4 people's bodies. He only found 2 herbs like the Enhel herb. It was better than nothing. The power of the Ganoderma, the Enhel iron, and the 2 Enhel herbs kept seeping into Chunzong's body. They kept colliding with Chunzong's powerful pure yang qi and blood, giving rise to an invisible, pure, and gentle force that merged with his internal force. It made the origin-breaking force improve slowly, but it was still not enough to make a breakthrough. This was also the reason why Chunzong wanted to find the Wind Pearl. After all, the qi contained in the Wind Pearl was more powerful and purer. Moving forward, Chunzong suddenly had an idea. I wonder if it's effective to practice the origin-breaking force in a place with dense qi. As soon as the idea came to his mind, Chunzong couldn't help but want to give it a try. But where was the place with dense qi? Without the measuring compass, it was difficult to find it. He could only rely on his luck. After thinking for a while, Chunzong went back to the entrance of the chilly wind valley. Then, he followed the original route, which was the route he had taken with the second prince and the others, to find the place where he had obtained the Wind Pearl. The qi there was very dense, but it was not easy to find it. After all, he had been moving forward and turning without stopping. He also had to rely on the measuring compass, and the environment in the chilly wind valley was very obvious. With his powerful memory and intuition, Chunzong kept searching and moving forward. When he encountered a Wind corpse, he would kill it with his sword. As long as the Wind corpse's combat strength was not higher than 6-star, it was no match for Chunzong. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Chunzong took out an essential qi pill and took it. The vital essence pill and the vital energy pill were of the same nature, but it was 10 times better than the vital energy pill. In the Eastern continent, the vital essence pill did not exist because no one could refine it. There were 2 reasons for this. One was the materials, and the other was the technique. For a warrior of Chunzong's cultivation, the energy pill could not replenish the body's energy consumption, so he could only use the essential qi pill. Fortunately, the essential qi pill was a relatively common pill in the Cloud Dragon dynasty. With Chunzong's wealth, he could easily buy some. On the second day, Chunzong had killed more than a dozen Wind corpses with his 2 swords, but Chunzong still could not find the place with dense qi. On the third day, it should be in this direction. After looking around, Chunzong looked at a place and said secretly, "Yes, it's here." Chunzong smiled. The dense qi fluctuated, and the cold qi drifted in the air. A roar sounded, powerful and full of deterrence. Wind corpse. Chunzong was slightly startled. He did not expect that in just a few days, another Wind corpse would appear here, but it was reasonable. After all, Wind corpses did not have intelligence and only had instincts, but they could become stronger because of their instincts. When there was the Wind Pearl, there was another Wind corpse here. Now that the Wind corpse was killed and the Wind Pearl was taken away, but the dense qi left behind would naturally attract other Wind corpses here. Staying here for a long time would be very beneficial for Wind corpses, as they could quickly become stronger. As he approached, the Wind corpse directly rushed out. Its speed was extremely fast, and its corpse claws fiercely clawed at Chunzong, as if it wanted to tear him apart. That tyrannical aura swept over. Chunzong estimated that this Wind corpse's battle power was at least at the middle stage of the 5-star realm. Dazzling flash dragon sword. The transparent and illusory figure holding the sword flashed past. That Wind corpse paused for a moment, Then its head flew up into the air, and its body fell to the ground. Taking a step forward, Chunzong walked to where the wind pearl used to be. He immediately felt that something was different, as if the qi from all directions was continuously spreading and was about to condense in this place again. Perhaps after a long time, this place would condense and give birth to another wind pearl. Standing in the same place, Chunzong quietly put his two swords back into the scabbards. He closed his eyes and got rid of all distracting thoughts. At the same time, he also diverted part of his attention to observe the surroundings. Chapter 3:22. Under the sun, the saber radiance was so bright that it could shake people's hearts. That blade was like the setting sun, vast and unstoppable. The terrifying pressure from a blade caused the ground to split open, creating a long gully. It was as if lightning had torn the ground apart, causing the crushed stones to roll left and right. The sound of metal clashing was ear-piercing. It was like a demonic sound. The horrifying sound surged. The spectators, who were dozens of meters away, all changed their expressions. It was as if their eardrums had been shattered. It was very uncomfortable. The saber pressure was like an invisible sharp blade cutting into their bodies, causing them indescribable pain. The figure flew backward, and the short spear fell to the side. Third on the Jiao Dragon list. It doesn't look like much. With the long saber in his hand, Nan Shuntian, who was wearing a dark red robe, curled his lips. He seemed to be mocking, but his eyes were filled with disdain. The contempt in his eyes almost made people's hair stand on end. However, even Wang Songtao, who was third on the Jiao Dragon list and had a mid-stage 6-star battle strength, was easily defeated by him. If they went up, they would be defeated even more thoroughly. Therefore, even though they hated Nin Shuntian, there was nothing they could do. As for those warriors of the genuine force, they could not do anything. This was a battle between warriors of the Qi refining realm. Brother Jingyuan, can you fight against him? No. Even though Lin Jingyuan was unwilling, he had to admit that he was not Nan Shuntian's opponent. Although Nin Shuntian was second on the Jiao Dragon list, his battle strength was only at the mid-stage 6-star, which was not much stronger than Wang Songtao. Wang Songtao was defeated so easily. If he went up, the result would be similar. He knew that he was not Nan Shuntian's opponent, but he still wanted to fight. Where's the first on the Jiao Dragon list in your dynasty? Nan Shuntian's disdainful gaze swept across the crowd. It was as sharp as a blade. When it swept across the crowd's faces, they felt as if they had been cut by an invisible blade. Ask him to come out and fight with me. If Ding Xian fights, he can easily defeat you. Someone shouted angrily. Lin Jingyuan, Wang Songtao, and the others were shocked. They all knew that Ding Xian was more powerful than them, but it was very difficult or even impossible for him to defeat this mysterious Nan Shuntian. Oh, really? Nan Shuntian's slightly red eyebrows twitched slightly, and then he smiled lightly. Then let Ding Xian come. If he can defeat me, I will be even happier. I'll wait until sunset. Nan Shuntian glanced at the scorching sun in the middle of the sky. There were still a few hours before sunset. Quick, let's go find Ding Xian. Ding Xian will definitely be able to defeat him. Within the dynasty, Ding Xian was the #1 Qi refining realm martial artist of the younger generation. Bathed in the scorching sun, Nan Shuntian sheathed his saber and closed his eyes as if he was enjoying himself. 2 hours later, several figures quickly arrived. Nan Shuntian, Ding Xian is currently in seclusion. You'll have to wait for a while. Oh, seclusion. Nan Shuntian opened his eyes as if 2 sharp blades were shooting out from his eyes, causing people's hearts to turn cold. Sacrificing only saw him nod. All right, I'll wait for a few more days. With that, Nan Shuntian turned and left without looking at the crowd. Although some people were angry, there was nothing they could do. Wait. The eldest prince called out to Nan Shuntian. My name is Yu Wenyang, the eldest prince of the dynasty. Brother Nan is powerful, and his talent is unparalleled. I admire you, the eldest prince of the dynasty. Nan Shuntian opened his mouth, directly interrupting the eldest prince's words. A playful smile appeared on his lips. You want to recruit me? You want me to work for you? I just want to be friends with Brother Nan. For some reason, the eldest prince felt that his aura had been completely suppressed and said unconsciously, Your real goal is still to recruit me. Nan Shuntian smiled in surprise. Unfortunately, a mere prince of a dynasty is not qualified for me to serve. With a somewhat disdainful laugh, Nan Shuntian turned and strode away, leaving behind only his arrogant back. The eldest prince felt as if his chest had been ripped open, exposing his innermost thoughts for everyone to see. Unbridled mockery, and even ruthlessly stomped on. His face turned the color of pig liver, extremely unsightly. Anger welled up in his heart, but he had no choice but to swallow it down. Investigate for me. Find out where this Ninshuntian came from. The eldest prince angrily ordered. Seeing the eldest prince suffer, the third prince felt somewhat refreshed, but also somewhat displeased. Refreshed because he and the eldest prince were competitors. Displeased because Nan Shuentian's arrogance had disdained the dignity of a prince of the dynasty. Therefore, he also ordered people to investigate Nan Shuentian's background. This person suddenly came to the capital and challenged geniuses everywhere. Up until now, no one had been able to withstand 3 of his blades. Powerful, arrogant. These were the epitome of this person. Arrogant to the point of annoyance, but powerful to the point of no resistance. It wasn't just the eldest prince and third prince who ordered people to investigate Nan Shuentian's background. The various forces in the capital also did the same. Wang Songtao had the strength of a mid-stage 6-star. Whether it was now or in the past, he was a well-known figure in the entire dynasty. As long as he didn't die midway, it was almost certain that he would reach the pseudo-transcendent realm in the future. Moreover, his potential was extraordinary. He could be considered one of the top pseudo-transcendent realm experts, and even had a chance to become a transcendent. With such strength, he still couldn't withstand 3 of Nan Shuentian's blades. This meant that Nan Shuntian was even stronger. Just like Martial King Huntian in the dynasty's historical records, he suddenly appeared and challenged the dynasty's experts. He defeated them one by one and left behind a legend. This was what a general of the royal family said. Could this person be from the same place as Martial King Huntian? According to the clues we've collected so far, it's possible. So he came from there. No wonder he has such strength. Send my order. In 10 days, Ding Xian will fight Nan Shuntian in the Dragon Battle Arena. The emperor ordered. If Nan Shuntian really came from there like Martial King Huntian, then he couldn't be an enemy. Otherwise, it would bring trouble to the royal family and the dynasty. Chunzong didn't know any of this. Rich yin qi surrounded Chunzong's body, gathering from all directions and pouring into his body. It collided with the pure yang qi blood and gave birth to a pure and gentle energy, which was then absorbed by the chaotic heaven yuan shattering force to assist in the cultivation of the secret art. As time passed, Chunzong's whole body was wrapped in rich yin qi. It was as if he had turned into a cocoon, and his figure could no longer be seen. The cold yin qi made Chunzong feel like he was frozen. The power of the pure yang qi blood continued to resist. Chunzong felt like he was in deep water and was very uncomfortable. However, when the pure yin qi merged with the chaotic heaven yuan shattering force, he felt comfortable. The yin qi and yang qi merged and gave birth to the chaotic heaven yuan shattering force. The feeling of increasing one's secret art was different from increasing one's cultivation. It was very mysterious, and Chunzong couldn't express it in words. It was as if he had turned into a huge sponge, and the rich yin qi that gathered around him was like water that was quickly absorbed. The chaotic heaven yuan shattering force kept flowing between Chunzong's strong muscles, bones, and bones, one cycle after another. When a martial artist cultivated his internal force, it was actually too long to continue for a short period of time. This was because the internal force was very powerful. Under the continuous impact, It would put a burden on the muscles, bones, and bones. When the burden reached the extreme, it would be damaged. However, Chunzong's muscles were very strong, and he could withstand the impact of the internal force for a longer period of time. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. A large amount of pure and gentle energy spread between Chunzong's muscles, bones, and was quickly absorbed by the chaotic Heaven Yuan shattering force. It didn't increase the quantity of the chaotic Heaven Yuan shattering force, but it was equivalent to increasing the potential of the chaotic Heaven Yuan shattering force. He had finally reached the limit of the 5th level. He kept accumulating just for the final burst. Another hour passed, and Chunzong knew that he had reached his limit. Break! A low shout, but it was like thunder, rolling and shaking in all directions. It turned into a shocking shock wave, instantly shattering the dense yin qi that wrapped around him, and the ripples spread out. The yin wind corpses that were close to him also seemed to be blown back by the wind, and they staggered. A group of martial artists happened to pass by and not far away. When they felt the whistling wind and the shocking sound that was like thunder, their faces changed greatly. Could it be that some treasure has appeared? It shouldn't be. That's the sound of a human. It might be a battle. Isn't this momentum a little too strong? Let's not get close. This group of people hurriedly moved away, fearing that they would be affected. After all, the momentum contained in the shout was very strong, and they knew that they were no match for it. A large amount of yin qi was repelled, and there was a temporary blank space. Immediately, a large amount of yin qi swept in again, filling the blank space. Chunzong stood in the middle of the yin qi, and there were traces of strong qi fluctuations all over his body. It was like the rising and falling of the tide, vigorous, domineering, sharp, and shockingly powerful. The 6th level of the chaotic heaven-breaking energy is really strong. Carefully feeling the inner strength in his body, a smile appeared on Chunzong's face. It was joy that came from the bottom of his heart. Ever since Chunzong had obtained the chaotic Heaven Yuan shattering force, he had been unable to cultivate it to the 6th level after reaching the 5th level. It required too much time to hone it. He had not expected that he would finally succeed in cultivating it with the help of the Chilly Wind Valley. The changes brought about by the 6th level of the chaotic heaven-breaking energy were very obvious. The internal strength in his body became more and more pure as it continued to circulate. Chunzong was not in a hurry to leave, because the chaotic heaven-breaking energy had just broken through to the 6th level and had not reached the real limit yet. He wanted to consolidate it first and try his best to improve it to the limit. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours passed quickly. Chunzong also stopped cultivating, because the chaotic heaven-breaking energy had really reached the limit. The amount of internal strength in the 6th level did not increase compared to the 5th level, but the purity doubled, Chunzong said secretly after carefully feeling it. The amount of internal strength was not directly related to the level of strength. At best, the fighting time was longer, but the purity was closely related to the power. The higher the purity, the more powerful the power and the stronger the strength. In addition to the doubling of the purity, the recovery speed of internal strength has also doubled. Chapter 323. Chunzong's current speed was as fast as lightning. The 6th level of the chaotic heaven energy shattering force was the consummation of this technique. The recovery rate of his inner strength doubled. Once consumed, it would quickly recover. It was amazing. The doubling of the purity of the chaotic heaven origin breaching force had greatly increased its might. It also allowed Chunzong to execute his movement technique at a much faster speed. Chunzong was as fast as the wind. Together with the powerful chaotic body, his speed was not inferior to the red-scaled dragon horse. His endurance was not inferior either. The red-scaled flood dragon horse had been brought back by the second prince and the others, so Chunzong could only rely on his 2 legs to travel. The strong wind whistled past him, and the scenery on his left and right flashed past him at a rapid speed. This kind of feeling was very wonderful. Moving as fast as lightning, Chunzong felt as if he was about to fly. He immediately entered the realm of enlightenment and connected with the power of heaven and earth. It was as if a breeze was blowing from all directions, surrounding Chunzong and lifting Chunzong's body. It made him lighter, and his speed increased by more than 30%. When entering the realm of enlightenment, it would consume spiritual power to draw upon the power of heaven and earth. However, Chunzong grasped the limit and only drew upon it slightly. This way, the consumption of spiritual power would not be too much. He could maintain a balance and increase his speed by 30%. On the other hand, he could further train his control of the power of heaven and earth. But no matter what, the recovery rate of his spiritual power could not keep up with the consumption rate. When almost all of his spiritual power was consumed, Chunzong exited the realm of enlightenment. He continued on his way and allowed his spiritual power to recover on its own. When it was fully recovered, he entered the realm of enlightenment again and increased his speed again. At night, Chunzong half lay on the trunk of a tree beside the road. He did not move, but his mind was not calm at all. He was seizing every minute and second to comprehend various things. The sky was slightly bright. After taking the profound energy pill, Chunzong continued on his way. The sun rose and the moon set. The moon rose and the sun set. Day by day, the sun and the moon alternated. On the 5th day, Chunzong saw the outline of the royal city's city wall. Finally, exhaling, Chunzong showed a touch of joy. He increased his speed and rushed forward. Stepping through the outer city gates of the capital, Chunzong's heart calmed down as he sensed the aura that only the capital had. Soon after, his stomach seemed to grumble. He was hungry. Chunzong almost drooled at the thought of eating essence pills these days. Although they could fill his stomach and replenish his physical strength, he felt as if his intestines were calling out to him at the thought of the delicious and hot food. He did not return to the Guan mansion directly. Instead, he found a restaurant in the outer city that looked pretty good. It was afternoon, and most people had already eaten lunch. However, it was not yet time for dinner, so there were not many customers in the restaurant. There were only 2 or 3 tables. Chunzong sat down at an empty table by the window. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" The waiter of the restaurant, wearing a clean white tablecloth, came up to greet him with a smile. "What's your signature dish?" Chunzong asked casually. Since he had decided to have a big meal, he would not do it casually. "That's a good question." The waiter smiled and said, "Our restaurant has crystal pork knuckles, 7-spice beef, 3 delicacies." The waiter named 7 or 8 dishes in a row. "Give me one of each, and a bottle of wine," Chunzong said directly. He was hungry. "Okay, please wait a moment. Drink some tea to moisten your throat. The dishes will be served soon." The waiter smiled. Where did this Nanshantian come from? Chunzong looked at the scenery outside the window while waiting. He also heard the conversations of other customers in the restaurant. "I don't know. He's not from our dynasty. I heard that his cultivation has reached the peak of the Qi refining realm." The peak of the Qi refining realm. This Nanshantian is too powerful. Other than Ding Xian, no one among the younger generation of Qi refining realm warriors is a match for him. No one can even withstand 3 strikes from him. Chunzong's attention was immediately attracted, and his curiosity was piqued. Nanshantian? He had never heard of this name. Other than Ding Xian, no one among the younger generation of Qi refining realm warriors could withstand 3 strikes from him. Did that mean that even the second-ranked warrior on the Jiaolong list of the dynasty was no match for him? Chunzong already knew that the second-ranked warrior on the Jiaolong list of the dynasty was at the middle stage of the 6-star level. However, he could not withstand 3 strikes from Nanshantian. The gap was too big. Then how powerful was Nanshantian? Suddenly, Chunzong's interest was piqued. He wanted to see the so-called powerful Nanshantian with his own eyes. It would be best if he could fight with him. In a few days, the dragon fighting ring will be held. At that time, Nanshantian and Ding Xian will fight. I wonder who is stronger. Ding Xian, Chunzong murmured thoughtfully. Ding Xian was the first ranked warrior on the Jiaolong list of the dynasty. It was said that his combat strength was at the late stage of the 6-star level. Of course, Qinzong did not know if that was his full strength. After all, he had never seen Ding Xian fight, nor had he fought with him. Ding Xian had reached the peak of the qi refining realm. This was the goal that Qinzong wanted to pursue. How powerful was Nin Shuntian? How powerful was Ding Xian? Who would win the fight between Nin Shuntian and Ding Xian? Qinzong wanted to know all of these. Not far away, a few guests were talking about the fight between Nin Shuntian and Ding Xian. They all had their own opinions. They were just short of quoting the classics to debate. But the real winner would depend on the fight between the two. At this time, the waiter quickly walked up with steaming hot dishes and placed them in front of Qinzong. He then poured a glass of wine for Qinzong. "Sir, please enjoy." Then, the waiter left. His stomach growled again. He ate quickly, but did not seem to be in a hurry. Instead, he enjoyed the food with a unique taste. The stewed meat melted as soon as it entered his mouth. The chewy bull meat gave off 7 different flavors, stimulating his taste buds and giving off a unique flavor. Qinzong ate the meat in big mouthfuls and drank the wine glass after glass. Like a whirlwind, he wiped out the table of food and wine. Even a dog would cry at the sight of the plates because he ate them too cleanly. If a martial artist ate without restraint, their appetite was still very large. This was especially true for a martial artist like Qinzong, whose physique had broken through the limits of the human body. His digestive ability was astonishing. Normally, food that would cause all kinds of adverse effects to the body would be digested completely once it entered his stomach. Only the useful parts of the body would be kept. This was also a manifestation of his ability to survive. 80% full. That's enough. Qinzong thought. He was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sat down and rested for a while before paying the bill. Such a full meal, and it was the restaurant's signature dish. Even in a place like the royal city, there were only 3 spirit shells. Of course, for a normal person, 3 spirit shells were enough for them to live for a long time. There are still a few days before the battle between Shuntian and Ding Xian. Maybe I can try to further purify my inner force in these few days. Qinzong thought to himself. When a martial artist's cultivation reached the limit of a realm, he had to further strengthen his foundation and purify his inner force to the real limit. However, this usually required the corresponding cultivation method or secret method. In a mountain overlooked courtyard, Qinzong had memorized the secret method of purifying inner force, the strength condensation technique. He did not practice the strength condensation technique before because his cultivation had not reached the real limit. Now that he had reached the peak of the 9th transformation of the strength refining realm, and his cultivation method had broken through to the highest level, the 6th level. This was his limit. Walking along the wide and clean street, Qinzong walked to the inner city gate and took out the National Scholar Token. This was a symbol of his status. After returning to the Guan mansion, Qinzong first went to visit the Duke of Zhenyuan to inform him of his return. Qinzong's breath was completely restrained. Without using his inner force, it was difficult to sense his cultivation. The Duke of Zhenyuan also could not see the changes in Qinzong. Returning to the Red Maple Garden, he took off the fierce dragon bow and 12 arrows. The original purpose of bringing the bow and arrows was to better fight. However, the environment and terrain of the Chiliwin Valley were not conducive to the use of the bow and arrows. It was better to use 2 swords directly. Therefore, Qinzong did not use them. After a short rest, Qinzong began to practice the strength condensation technique. Time was important. While he was still young, he had to work harder and improve himself as much as possible. He had to compete with others, himself, and time. Every opportunity had to be fought for, whether it was intentional or unintentional. When one's cultivation reached the extreme, it was very difficult to purify his inner force. Even if one had the secret method, it could not be done overnight. It required enough time and energy and great perseverance. Otherwise, it would be difficult to achieve anything. As the strength condensation technique was activated, the powerful and vigorous Huntian Yuan breaking force was also activated. However, at first, it was very difficult and obscure, as if a child was dragging a 100-kilogram heavy object. It was difficult to move it, even if he tried his best. However, Chunzong persevered, practicing the secret method of purifying inner force like the strength condensation technique. If the inner force itself was not pure enough, it would be easier to purify it. However, if the inner force itself was very pure, it would be several times more difficult to purify it. The Huntian Yuan breaking force was a peerless earth-level cultivation method. Among the cultivation methods for cultivating inner force, it was the top one. Moreover, among the various peerless earth-level cultivation methods, it was also one of the top ones. The inner force cultivated by it was naturally very pure. There was no doubt that it was much more difficult to purify it with such high purity. Fortunately, Chunzong's mental strength was also very strong. After holding on for a while, he managed to activate the powerful Huntian Yuan breaking force. It followed the path of the strength condensation technique bit by bit, like an old ox dragging a heavy cart. Chunzong's forehead was slightly sweaty, and his breathing became uneven. However, he still persevered. When his clothes were wet with sweat, Chunzong opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He felt relieved. Finally, it took him 3 hours to slowly circulate the powerful Huntian Yuan breaking force according to the path of the strength condensation technique. However, when Chunzong felt it carefully, he found that there was almost no improvement in the purity of his inner force. He could not help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Chapter 3:24. The weather in the dynasty was not that cold, but it was a little unusual this year. In the winter, snowflakes slowly drifted down, like pure white fairies dancing between heaven and earth. Their dance was beautiful and peerless. In the morning, cold air filled the air. When people exhaled, they could see bits of frost. However, this kind of cold weather could not stop the martial artist's passion, which was like fire. Because today was the day the Emperor of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty decreed that a mysterious young warrior would fight against Ding Xian, the first on the Jiao Dragon list. Who would win? It attracted countless people's attention and made them speculate. Even a snowstorm could not stop the crowd's enthusiasm, let alone a snowy day like this. In order for most people to be able to see this battle, it would not be held in the palace. Instead, it would be held in a huge open space outside the imperial city. A dragon fighting ring was built directly. Dragon pillars supported the sky. The round dragon fighting ring was heavy and steady, as if it was suppressing the earth. Then Shuntian had arrived early. He stood on the dragon fighting ring, resting with his eyes closed. His body was motionless, as if even if the earth collapsed, it would not affect him at all. The fiery red martial robe was covered with golden vein patterns. It was like a beam of light from a scorching sun. When one looked at it, one would unconsciously feel a trace of heat coming from it, as if it was melting the scattered snowflakes that were falling. His long saber was on his back, as if he was sleeping. Time passed slowly. More and more people arrived at the dragon fighting ring. Their eyes fell on Shuntian. They felt that he was standing between heaven and earth, infinitely tall, and his aura was indescribable. Following the crowd, Chunzong arrived as well. His gaze pierced through hundreds of meters and fell on Shuntian. There seemed to be a wave of heat sweeping over, like an invisible wave of fire. Just this aura alone made Chunzong feel that this person was extraordinary. This kind of heat was an aura. It was very difficult to condense one's aura to such a level. At least, this person was the first warrior in the Qi refining realm that Chunzong had ever seen who could condense his aura to such a level. At this moment, a figure flew over everyone's heads at lightning speed, bringing with it a gust of strong wind that swirled the beautiful snowflakes forward in a spiral. Landing firmly on the ground, he faced Nan Shuntian. At the same time, Nan Shuntian's tightly closed eyes opened, emitting a cold light that was as sharp as a blade. In that instant, everyone felt as if an invisible blade had slashed across their eyes, stinging them. "Are you Ding Xian?" Nan Shuntian's tone was calm, but there was an indescribable arrogance that came from his bones. "Yunan Shuntian?" Ding Xian raised his eyebrows and asked in a low voice. A powerful qi force surrounded him, the strongest person in the qi refining realm in the dynasty. "Make your move. Let's see if you can block 3 of my blades." Nan Shuntian did not care about Ding Xian's tone at all. He continued to speak in an arrogant but calm tone. Ding Xian was infuriated. He pulled out the long saber on his back, and the blue saber light cut the snowflakes in half, leaving a dazzling saber shadow in the air that slowly dissipated. Saber chi swept across the hard ground, leaving behind a straight saber mark. Slash! With a low shout, Ding Xian's long saber slashed down. A terrifying internal force surged, and the saber light turned into a sharp ray of light, unparalleled and unparalleled. It slashed viciously at Nan Shuntian. This saber strike was fast and fierce. In the blink of an eye, the tyrannical cyan blade cut through the void, traversing more than 10 meters and arriving in front of Nan Shuntian without mercy. On the other hand, Nan Shuntian's eyes were fixed on the cyan blade as if he was frightened, not moving an inch. "Is this all you've got?" Suddenly, Nan Shuntian spoke. His voice was loud and clear, but it was faster than the saber light. "You've disappointed me." The moment the last word was spoken, it was as if a blazing sun had risen from the eastern horizon, bringing light and heat to the surroundings. The beautiful snowflakes melted in an instant, turning into droplets of water that fell to the ground. It was so dazzling that it was impossible to look at it directly. However, there was a shocking sound in everyone's ears, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The intense heat made everyone feel as if they were about to melt. The saber light shattered, turning into sparks that scattered in all directions. It was exceptionally bright. Nan Shuntian did not move an inch, but Ding Xian took 2 steps back. "At this level, you can't even take 3 of my saber strikes." Nan Shuntian smiled gently. The crimson saber slashed through the air, leaving behind a trail of heat. "Show me your full strength. Then take it." Ding Xian's face darkened, and his body seemed to tremble slightly. Everyone heard a whistling sound, like the sound of a tsunami coming from afar. The internal force surrounding Ding Xian suddenly increased by several times. One could almost see with the naked eye that there were wisps of energy circulating around him, as sharp as the edge of a saber. A unique aura spread out and filled the surroundings, giving people a sense of harmony, without beginning or end. The great completion of the qi refining realm. Nan Shuntian's pupils shrank, and he was shocked. Then he smiled. "Is this your true combat strength? You surprised me." 9 slashes of the azure mystic. A thunderous roar split the air. The green saber light seemed to ignore the distance between space and time, appearing in front of Nan Shuntian, its trajectory mysterious and unpredictable. In an instant, 9 saber strikes came from 9 different directions towards Nan Shuntian. Every strike was real, and every strike contained terrifying power. Slash, slash, slash. There was no way to dodge from all directions. Blazing sun, rising morning sun. Like a divine voice, the crimson saber light turned into a rising sun. The light and heat were enough to attack one's spiritual will. Under the saber light, Nan Shuntian's body seemed to be swallowed up. Only a golden red sun, a few meters in size, rose into the sky. Its tyrannical power was unstoppable, and it collided with the 9 saber lights that came from all directions. The 9 green saber lights were powerful and forcefully pressed down, trying to cut the rising morning sun into pieces. The morning sun was tough and tough. Under the violent rebound, it soared into the sky, and the green saber lights were shattered after being bounced off. When a morning sun rose to a height of more than 10 meters, it suddenly stopped. Then, it charged towards Ding Xian. The strong saber pressure of the morning sun swept over like a storm. Ding Xian's black hair danced wildly in the wind, and his long robe fluttered. It was like a flag in the wind, almost torn to pieces. Ding Xian could clearly feel a strong heat coming towards him. As he breathed, his body heated up as well. Green mystic space, splitting slash. Almost every word was spoken with a powerful cadence, containing supreme power. Ding Xian held the saber with both hands. The qi around him and the internal strength in his body were all poured into the green saber in an instant. The green saber light was blinding. Ding Xian's entire being seemed to have become one with the saber in his hand. The first level of the unity of body and saber. This strike was very powerful. The green saber light was highly condensed. It was as bright as crystal, but it was many times harder than steel. As the morning sun rushed forward, the green saber light, as bright as crystal, slashed down. The saber light slashed at the center of the morning sun, causing the shockingly powerful morning sun to stop. Then, the saber light cut into the morning sun. It was unstoppable, cut in half. The saber light of the morning sun slashed through Ding Xian's left and right sides, leaving 2 black saber marks in the battle dragon ring. After the green saber light cut the morning sun, it did not stop there. It continued forward, and the saber pressure cut a straight trench in the battle dragon ring. It quickly spread towards Ninshantian. This is interesting. Ninshantian smiled. During this period, no one could withstand 3 of his saber attacks. In fact, that was when he held back. If he had used the rising sun saber just now, no one would have been able to block it. Ding Xian not only blocked it, but also broke it open and counterattacked. It was interesting to defeat such an opponent. Ninshantian's blood seemed to boil. An even more powerful aura burst out from his body, and the light and heat became more and more obvious. Ninshantian was finally going to show his true strength after coming to the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. Ding Xian felt an invisible pressure for no reason. His expression became serious, and his internal strength surged. His qi became even more powerful. When one reached the peak of the qi training realm, the internal strength would flow through the body, forming a nearly perfect cycle in the body. Not only would the internal strength become purer, but the recovery speed would also reach the peak. Under normal circumstances, as long as one did not overuse their internal strength would recover in the shortest time possible. This meant that the time they could use their internal strength in battle would be extended by more than 10 times. Whoosh! Ninshantian turned into a red light and tore through the air, rushing towards Ding Xian. Ding Xian also turned into a green light and rushed towards Ninshantian. The red and green saber light collided in the air again and again. In the blink of an eye, the two had each slashed out dozens of times. Each slash was powerful and sharp. Slash, slash, stab, slash. Compared to sword arts, saber arts had fewer basic moves and focused more on the application of slashing, but its power was very strong. Both Ninshantian and Ding Xian practiced saber arts and had reached the unity realm of body and saber unity. Each slash was able to integrate the strength of their body into one and display the most powerful force. Ninshantian's internal strength was fiery, like the sun, but Ding Xian's internal strength was calm and steady, but also as light as the wind. Fight, fight, fight! In the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged hundreds of blows. The red and green saber light dazzled the eyes of the audience. Just looking at it would make them feel sore. The Har Battle Dragon Ring was filled with saber scars of different colors and lengths. It was a shocking sight to behold. Chenzong's eyes were fixed on the fight. He did not blink when Ninshantian and Ding Xian began their close combat. With his excellent eyesight and superb martial arts realm, Chenzong was able to capture every move of the two clearly. Every warrior who had mastered the unity of body and martial arts would cultivate their martial arts to the extreme. The difference between their martial arts and those who had not mastered the unity of body and martial arts was huge. Even though Chunzong had reached the second level of Lingwu in the unity of body and martial arts realm, which had surpassed Shuntian and Ding Xian's unity realm, it did not mean that the two saber arts had no merit. On the contrary, they each had their own strengths. Nan Shuntian's saber art was full of heat, like the sun. Every slash was vast and mighty, capable of attacking everything. It was so powerful that those who did not have a strong will would be weakened under the impact of such momentum. It would be difficult for them to fully display their strength. Ding Xian's saber art, on the other hand, was different. It combined strength and speed, or rather, weight and lightness. Heaviness and lightness had always opposed each other, but Ding Xian's saber technique contained both of them. Every saber move was not only quick, light, and agile, but also shockingly powerful. No wonder he was ranked first on the Flood Dragon list. Such a saber technique was indeed shocking. Chapter 325. So powerful. The combat strength of these two is really terrifying. Is a late-stage 6-star so powerful? Below the fighting dragon ring, everyone was shocked. This is definitely not the combat strength of a late-stage 6-star. A warrior of the real martial realm whispered, "This combat strength is at least at the peak of the 6-star level." Lin Jingyuan, Wang Songtao, and the others were stunned. Nan Shuntian's background was mysterious, and they did not know how powerful he was. Therefore, it was not surprising that he was at the peak of the 6-star level. What shocked them was Ding Xian. For a long time, many people knew that Ding Xian had reached the completion of the Qi refining realm. Similarly, the combat strength of a late-stage 6-star was also the level that Ding Xian had shown. No matter how one calculated it, Ding Xian had reached his limit. All that was left was to break through to the real martial realm. With Ding Xian's talent, breaking through to the real martial realm was almost a certainty. However, the strange thing was that Ding Xian had not broken through. It seemed that he had found a way to further improve his combat strength. It would be better if he could break through to the real martial realm in this way. Nan Shuntian slashed out with a saber. The crimson saber light connected into a large area, like the sun rising in the sky and then exploding in the air. The crimson saber light cut through the air and made a loud buzzing sound, which made people's scalp tingle. Countless crimson saber qi tore through the air and rushed toward Ding Xian. The strong saber pressure repelled the surrounding air, forming a shock wave. The crimson saber light surged in all directions and spread the heat. Wherever it passed, the beautiful snowflakes melted into water droplets. With a loud shout, Ding Xian did not dodge. Instead, he attacked with his saber. The cyan saber light danced. In an instant, dozens and hundreds of saber light slashed out like a cyan river. Waves were set off in the river, pushing forward layer by layer. The amazing power repelled the air and turned it into invisible air waves, making deafening whistling sounds. "You are no match for me." As soon as Nan Shuntian's voice fell, the countless crimson saber lights instantly converged into one. It was extremely dazzling, and the giant crimson saber cut through the green saber river like a hot knife through butter. It was now in front of Ding Xian. Ding Xian found it hard to breathe due to the heat and vastness. His expression changed drastically. The power of this saber move had surpassed the peak of the 6-star level and reached a higher level. That was the limit of 6-star. Ding Xian's combat strength had indeed only recently reached the peak of the 6-star level. The limit of the 6-star level was not his combat strength. What to do? In an instant, the tyrannical inner strength contracted, rotated, and then exploded. This was a secret technique that used inner strength. In an instant, a large amount of inner strength was released in exchange for an instant increase in combat strength. The air seemed to be ignited, and there was a violent explosion. Invisible qi waves surged out. The saber light on the cyan long saber could not be controlled, and it almost flew out of the saber. In the blink of an eye, Ding Xian's combat strength soared to the limit of the 6-star level after using the secret technique of inner strength. He slashed out with his saber. The giant crimson saber and the dazzling cyan saber light collided. At first, there was a pause, as if there was a terrifying shockwave that could destroy everything. Then, the saber shattered, and countless crimson and cyan splashed in all directions. The terrifying saber aura split the ground open again, and pits of various sizes and cracks were densely packed. It made one's face turn pale. If that kind of saber aura landed on him, he would probably be riddled with holes or even cut into pieces. Another saber move. Nan Shuntian roared and raised the crimson long saber with both hands. It emitted a shocking light and heat, as if it had turned into a scorching sun. The terrifying heat covered an area of more than 10 meters, as if it was going to melt everything. The dazzling red light made it difficult for Ding Xian to look straight at it. The heat made his body burn as he breathed, as if he was going to burn. It was very uncomfortable, but if he did not breathe, he would feel suffocated, and it would affect the use of his strength. Gritting his teeth, Ding Xian unleashed his inner strength again and used the secret technique. Unleashing his inner strength twice in a row in a short period of time would put a huge burden on his body, but he had to do it. When the sabers collided, Ding Xian's body swayed, but he still managed to resist Nan Shuntian's attack. However, Nan Shuntian's third saber move did not weaken at all. After the third attack, Ding Xian's face was flushed red. His bones and muscles were already injured, and his organs were inevitably bleeding. If he were to unleash the fourth attack, his injuries would worsen, and he would be seriously injured. Ding Xian managed to resist this saber move again. With a long roar, Nan Shuntian's momentum seemed to have reached its peak as he leaped into the air. What the audience saw was not a human figure, but a scorching sun rising into the sky. When it rose to its peak, the power seemed to have surpassed a limit and reached a higher level. That was the level that was infinitely close to a 7-star combat power. Ding Xian could not breathe at all. He felt as if he was being roasted under the scorching sun, as if he was going to burn. He had no choice but to squint his eyes. "Stop! I admit defeat," Ding Xian shouted with difficulty, as if he was staring at the scorching wind blowing at him. The scorching sun saber light that was about to strike him suddenly stopped. It trembled a few times and then disappeared. Nan Shuntian stood in front of Ding Xian. The crimson long saber was only a finger's length away from Ding Xian's forehead. The shocking sharpness and heat of the saber seemed to want to burn Ding Xian's forehead. What amazing control! Shenzong was secretly surprised. The power of Nan Shuntian's saber move was incomparably powerful. It was even more powerful than a 6-star combat power. It was infinitely close to a 7-star combat power. However, such power was withdrawn after a slight tremble. It did not harm Nan Shuntian at all. Did Ding Xian just admit defeat? That's right, Ding Xian admitted defeat. I didn't think that even Ding Xian would not be a match for him. Then which of the younger generation in our dynasty would be a match for Nan Shuntian? No one was a match for him. They were all defeated. This feeling was very strange. It made people feel excited, but it also made people feel regretful and ashamed. If Nan Shuntian was from the Cloud Dragon dynasty, then everyone would be happy that he defeated Ding Xian. However, he was not. He came from outside the dynasty. Your combat power is not bad. You are not weaker than the number 1 genius of the Nine Eagle dynasty and the Silverlight dynasty. In fact, you are even stronger. Nan Shuntian flipped his saber and accurately inserted it into the scabbard. There was not the slightest sound, which meant that the saber did not cause much friction with the scabbard. There was a hint of praise in his words, but Ding Xian could not feel happy. He even felt that Nan Shuntian was mocking him. Yes, he was at the peak of the Qi training realm, the number 1 on the Jiao Dragon list, and the strongest of the younger generation in the Qi training realm. Now, he had broken through the limit and raised his combat power to the peak of the 6-star level. Even with such combat power, he was still defeated. The most humiliating thing was that he admitted defeat. The difference in defeat was like a devil gnawing at his heart. His heart felt like it was dripping blood. However, there is still a gap between your combat power and mine. You can't make me happy. What a pity. Nan Shuntian was arrogant and said whatever he wanted to say. His words were like an invisible blade that ruthlessly pierced Ding Xian's heart. This feeling almost made Ding Xian go crazy. His eyes turned red, but his reason stopped him. He did not dare to use his saber because he knew that he was no match for Nan Shuntian. A small dynasty is a small dynasty. Even if they're so-called geniuses, they're just SOSO. Nan Shuntian's eyes swept across the crowd. He had the terrifying aura of someone who had defeated Ding Xian. His gaze was like a blazing sun in the sky, causing many of the younger generation to be unable to look him in the eye, except for Chunzong. His words immediately made many people angry, especially those who had reached the true martial realm but were not over 30 years old. They could not wait to teach Nan Shuntian a lesson. A small dynasty. Chunzong caught Nan Shuntian's words and was slightly startled. Countless thoughts burst forth in his mind. Is there anyone else who wants to fight with me? It doesn't matter if you are over 24 years old or over 30 years old, as long as you haven't reached the true martial realm. Nan Shuntian looked around. Although he was arrogant, he was not brainless. He knew that he was no match for a true martial realm cultivator. Even the weakest true martial realm cultivator was not something he could resist. Unfortunately, there was still no one who dared to fight with Nan Shuntian. After all, those older cultivators who had not reached the true martial realm could only increase their combat power by a limited amount. It was already very good if they could reach the 4-star realm. There were very few who could reach the 5-star realm, let alone the 6-star realm. Seeing that no one dared to fight, Nan Shuntian could not help but shake his head in disappointment, just as he was about to jump onto the Battle Dragon stage. Wait a moment. A voice rang out. It penetrated the noise and fell into Nan Shuntian's ears. The whispers all around fell silent. Everyone looked at the same person. It's him, Chunzong. Why did he speak? Does he want to fight with Nan Shuntian? Chunzong's talent and potential are not bad, but he is at most a 5-star realm cultivator. Even a 6-star realm cultivator is not a match for Nan Shuntian. Does he want to humiliate himself? He overestimates himself. When they saw the person who spoke, they were startled at first. Then they began to whisper. Many people frowned. Brother Chunzong. In the crowd, the second Prince Yuan also saw Chunzong. The battle just now was very intense, and there were many spectators. The battle was so intense that no one could be distracted. Therefore, no one noticed Chunzong. Brother Chin's true combat power is definitely at the 6-star realm. Second Prince Yuan thought to himself, and he stayed in the chilly wind valley for a while. It's probably to cultivate. Maybe he succeeded in his cultivation and became even stronger. Maybe Chunzong has a slight chance of contending with this mysterious Nan Shuntian. A trace of hope quietly grew in second Prince Yuan's heart. As a prince of the dynasty, a genius from the dynasty was defeated by a genius from outside the dynasty. No one could defeat him. That kind of feeling was very uncomfortable. Are you the one who called me? Nan Shuntian's gaze fell on Chunzong. Chunzong felt as if 2 rays of blazing sunlight were going to penetrate him and melt him. Do you want to fight with me? Chapter 326. On the dragon fighting ring, Chunzong and Nan Shuntian faced each other with a 20-meter gap between them. Nan Shuntian's overpowering aura continued to surge from his body. Like a blazing sun, his aura illuminated the world and covered everything. It was as if everything between heaven and earth was trembling under this terrifying aura. His aura seemed to be even stronger than when he fought against Ding Xian previously. His aura surged forward, as though it was going to crush Chunzong completely. Ding Xian's eyes widened in anger. After glaring at Nan Shuntian, he looked at Chunzong. This man, whom he had threatened before, dared to challenge Nan Shuntian in the dragon fighting ring. He did not respect him at all. He clenched his fist as if he wanted to crush Chunzong to death. In the face of Nan Shuntian's sun-like aura, Chunzong did not move at all. Even his breathing was not affected. Nan Shuntian's body was like a real sun, constantly emitting light and heat. Chunzong's eyes did not seem to be affected either. He could stare directly at Nan Shuntian. Chunzong's aura was so condensed that it did not leak out at all. Good. If you can withstand the impact of my aura, you are qualified to fight with me. Nan Shuntian roared and attacked first. The crimson long sword was unsheathed and turned into a red stream of light. It was dazzling and scorching. In an instant, it crossed 20 meters and slashed towards Chunzong. The scorching wind whistled as if it wanted to burn everything. This attack was the combination of the body and the sword. The first sword light was like a red thunderbolt. It flashed by, its sharpness cutting through the air and the scorching wind. Then came the second sword light. The sword light was as heavy as a mountain and contained a tyrannical power. The moment it slashed, Chunzong's inner strength surged and rushed straight into his left arm. His spine was like a winding dragon. Under the beating of his heart and lungs, a tyrannical physical strength went from his legs to his waist. After it was magnified, it surged through his back and reached his shoulders. It was like a torrent rushing through his arm and into the ancient imperial sword. The sword slashed down like a mountain with unparalleled power. Nan Shuntian immediately used body and sword as one. Chunzong also used body and sword as one. Nan Shuntian's long saber vibrated and changed from a chopping motion to an upward slash. He wanted to intercept Chunzong's sword strike and then press down to counterattack. However, even though his plan was good, it was futile. His long saber did not block Chunzong's sword. The sword was like a mirage, but it also seemed like it was refracting in the water. It directly avoided Nan Shuntian's long saber and continued to fall. The terrifying pressure of the sword was like a mountain, making it difficult for Nan Shuntian to breathe. All right, Nan Shuntian couldn't help but agree. Compared to his battle with Ding Xian, he had yet to reveal his true strength and had only launched a probing attack. However, this was the first time he had encountered such a response since coming to the Three Dynasties. Perhaps he can contend against me. This thought popped out from the depths of his mind and couldn't be stopped. Not only did Nan Shuntian not feel displeased, he actually felt a kind of excitement. A truly powerful person wasn't just physically strong or in terms of cultivation, but more importantly, in terms of their spirit. They were not afraid of challenges and difficulties. They were able to pick themselves up when faced with setbacks and break through any obstacles. Nan Shuntian was not afraid that someone would be able to contend against him. He was only afraid that no one would be able to match him. Not only would that be lonely, but it would also be difficult for him to improve himself. Next, there was no need for probing. Nan Shuntian unleashed his full strength. The combat strength of a peak 6-star immediately posed a great threat to Chunzong. Like Ding Xian, Nan Shuntian's cultivation was also at the peak of the Qi training realm. However, his internal strength cultivation method seemed to be better than Ding Xian's, resulting in the power of his internal strength being stronger. The blazing internal strength pushed the power of the blazing sun saber technique to the extreme. There was no other way. Chunzong could only enter the realm of enlightenment. Sensing the heavens and earth, the flow of all auras became clear. Nan Shuntian's saber slashes became traceable. Chunzong's body was like the wind, extremely light and graceful. With a single thought, he was surrounded by a faint stream of air, as if he was about to soar into the air and fly. His two swords continuously slashed out. In an instant, a storm of sword light was set off, densely packed with sword chi. The sword chi was either long or short, straight or curved like the moon, light or slow. Nan Shuntian's saber was like a blazing sun, shattering all the sword chi and rushing towards Chunzong. Chunzong's figure drifted in all directions, easily avoiding Nan Shuntian's blazing sun saber. Wu Zhan, the pseudo-transcendents of the Cloud Dragon dynasty were all stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. A cultivator at the Qi training realm is actually Wu Zhan. Even the real transcendents were stunned. This boy is actually Wu Zhan. This kind of talent has already reached the level of the top geniuses of the dynasty. An ordinary-looking middle-aged man who didn't have any powerful aura around him muttered to himself in a low voice among the crowd. He came from the same place as Nanshuntian, or rather, he was the one secretly protecting Nanshuntian. Otherwise, with Nanshuntian's arrogant personality, if he provoked some people to kill him, it would be a great loss. The saber and sword collided directly. Under the powerful force and astonishing speed, countless sparks sputtered out, creating a dazzling spectacle. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong and Nanshuntian's saber and sword collided more than 100 times. Countless ripples spread out, as if countless stones were thrown into a lake, rippling endlessly. The blazing sun filled the sky, and the storm passed through. More and more cracks appeared on the battle dragon ring, as if it would shatter at any moment. The two figures collided again and again. Those who were not strong enough could not see their figures clearly. They could only vaguely see two streaks of light shuttling back and forth across the battle dragon ring, overflowing with tyrannical qi and rolling up a storm. He can actually fight with Nanshuntian to this extent. Everyone was shocked, especially the warriors of the true martial realm. The battle between Nanshuntian and Ding Xian seemed to be evenly matched for a while, but Nanshuntian did not use his full strength while Ding Xian did, which was different from the current situation. This meant that Chunzong's battle strength had most likely reached the peak of the 6-star realm. In the history of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty, no one in the training realm had ever reached the peak of the 6-star realm. The highest record was the peak of the 6-star realm. The Nine Eagle Dynasty and the Silver Light Dynasty were the same. But now the Cloud Dragon Dynasty seemed to have a 6-star realm genius. The battle continued, and it was abnormally fierce. Aside from using secret techniques, Nanshuntian also used his full strength. Blazing fire energy spurred the blazing sun saber technique. Every saber strike seemed to be able to melt steel. Not only that, but every saber strike contained a strong spiritual impact, making Chun Zongxing feel like a fish thrown under the scorching sun. However, Chun Zong's spiritual will have been tempered time and time again, becoming stronger and stronger. No matter how much Nanshuntian's blazing sun blade technique attacked, he was not affected at all. Originally, Chun Zong's battle strength had soared to the early 5-star realm after he comprehended the man and sword as one. After he reached the peak of the 9 transformation realm, his battle strength increased even further, reaching the mid-5-star realm. With a deeper understanding of the man and sword as one, his battle strength increased even further, reaching the late 5-star realm. After that, Chunzong's chaotic origin-breaking force broke through to the 6th stage, and his inner force became even purer, which made his battle strength soar, reaching the peak of the 5-star realm. Wu Zhan made Chunzong's battle strength soar again, reaching the peak of the 6-star realm. However, this was not Chunzong's true limit. His pure inner force was only at the initial stage and had not reached the true peak yet. There was still room for improvement. Moreover, Chunzong's cultivation had not reached the peak of the qi refining realm. Once he completed these 2 steps, he would break through the limit and reach the 7-star realm. The difference between the 7-star realm and the 6-star realm was like a gigantic chasm. Think about it. Since ancient times, none of the warriors in the 3 dynasties had been able to reach the 7-star realm. None of them had even reached the 7-star realm. Apart from using his secret technique, Chunzong displayed his strength to his heart's content. When he heard about Nanshuntian, Chunzong had wanted to fight him. After seeing Nanshuntian's strength and blade technique, his desire to fight him grew even stronger. Nanshuntian also used his full strength. Fight! Fight! Fight to your heart's content. Ha ha! Nanshuntian laughed loudly. The long blade in his hand seemed to be burning. The air in the battle dragon ring was scorching hot. Chunzong could feel the heat in his body as he breathed. It was as if flames were flowing into his body, burning his organs, bones, and muscles, increasing the consumption of his strength. However, Chunzong's body had broken through the limits of the human body. With the immemorial body, this kind of heat could not affect Chunzong at all. Chunzong could ignore it. In this way, the ability that Nshantian was so proud of was ineffective against Chunzong. This was a true battle of strength. Nshantian dodged the sword radiance. A coiling dragon pillar was directly cut in half and collapsed. The blade radiance fell from the sky like a sun, fiercely destroying everything. Chunzong's two swords pierced through the sun. The extremely condensed blade radiance was like a meteor piercing the moon, stabbing towards Nshantian. Neither of them used the power of the pseudo-spiritual devices. For them, the power of the pseudo-spiritual devices was an external force. In a battle of life and death, there was no need to use them. Even if they used the power of the pseudo-spiritual devices to become stronger and win, they would not consider it a victory. Naturally, they would not be able to strengthen their belief. Below the battle dragon arena, everyone was dumbfounded. The intensity of this battle was beyond their expectations. It was even more intense than Ding Xian's battle. Ding Xian was shocked. He unconsciously clenched his fists. The veins on the back of his hands bulged like pythons. He could not calm down. Was this Chunzong's strength? The limit of the six-star realm. How could this be possible? Ding Xian was unconvinced, unwilling, and crazy. His heart rose and fell like the tide. Ding Xian's breathing became rapid. In the blink of an eye, the battle between Chunzong and Nshantian had lasted for a quarter of an hour. This was the longest battle between Chunzong and Nshantian so far. Chapter 327. Blazing Sun, Falling Sun. Nshantian clenched his crimson saber with both hands. Saber light flickered, and the red light illuminated the world like fire. The saber slashed down like a setting sun across the sky, slowly descending. It was mighty, overbearing, and unstoppable. It was as if the whole world had sunk into darkness with it. The blazing sun saber art was a peerless earth-grade saber art. Moreover, it was a complete peerless earth-grade saber art. Nshantian had also cultivated it to the minute subtlety realm. When he used all his strength and became one with the saber was like the blazing sun, hot and domineering, above everything else. Of course, Nshantian was still a long way from reaching such a realm. Chunzong glanced up. He did not take any stance, but in an instant, wave after wave of cross-sword light broke through the air. The cross-sword light was endless, like a surging tide, and all of them slashed at the falling saber light. Every time they collided, the air vibrated and made deafening noises. The warriors in the Qi refining realm were shocked, and they all retreated. Only then did the feeling of being hit in the head by an invisible sledgehammer disappear. Wave after wave of cross-sword light shattered under the saber light like the setting sun. They turned into sputtering starlight, spreading in all directions. Amidst the magnificence, there was a boundless danger. The falling sun saber was highly condensed and difficult to break. However, Chunzong's high-speed cross-sword light bombarded continuously, and it was still affected. When the falling sun saber was about to hit his body, Chunzong's body paused for a moment. His back rose and fell like a dragon, and his powerful strength was integrated into one. His arms swayed gently, and the two swords pierced through the air. The high-speed swords shattered the sky, and countless sword lights fell like rain. In an instant, all of them stabbed at the same point of the setting sun. That was the opening Chunzong had created. With a bang, the slanting sun saber light was shattered. Crimson flowing light surged. Chunzong's figure seemed to tremble slightly in an instant. A transparent, illusory figure appeared beside Nshantian, and a transparent long sword pierced through the sky. Dazzling flash dragon sword. Nshantian's long sword danced wildly. The moment the transparent figure was shattered, a second, third, and fourth transparent figure appeared one after another. and attacked Nenshntian from 3 directions. Slash, slash, stab. Every strike seemed to be able to pierce through a mountain, and every strike had the power of a peak 6-star. Just as Nenshntian reacted and swung his saber at the 3 figures, a 5th transparent figure appeared in the air and stabbed down with his sword. It was so silent that it seemed as if it could pierce through the earth and into the 9 hells. 5 lights. The martial practitioners who recognized Chunzong's 9 lights flashing dragon sword were shocked. Because the Navagraha flash dragon sword technique was a royal martial art, it was not available outside. If Chunzong wanted to cultivate it, he could only choose from the royal family's armory. It hadn't even been a month since Chunzong chose the 9-shine flashing dragon sword, yet he had already reached the 5th level. This speed was too frightening. Dazzling Flash Dragon Sword was a complete Earth-level, peerless rank martial art. Chunzong slashed 3 times with all his strength, and they collided with the swords of the 3 transparent figures beside him. After blocking their attacks, Chunzong slashed his sword upward, like the rising sun. Even the falling sky could not resist its power. The dazzling sun saber technique was good at instantaneous bursts of power. It could push one's strength and saber technique to the extreme in an instant, and it was very suitable for battle. The rising saber collided with the falling sword, and a dazzling light burst out. The 6th transparent figure appeared in the battle dragon ring, below Nenshntian. He slashed his sword upward, and the tyrannical sword pressure compressed the air like fine steel. The air was then compressed to the extreme, and the explosion spread out in all directions, forming a ring of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. This sword pierced through the center of the ring of ripples, and it made people feel that even the sky was pierced. Dazzling sun, scorching sun in the sky. The majestic voice resounded, and a dazzling light burst out from Nenshntian's body. It was as if he had turned into a scorching sun in an instant. The crimson saber had already turned into beams of blazing light, surrounding him and shining in all directions. This was the killing move of the dazzling sun saber technique. It was both offensive and defensive, and its power was unparalleled. The dazzling 6 luminaries flash dragon sword was the level that Chunzong had reached. The 2 transparent figures melted like snow under the scorching sun. The scorching sun in the sky trembled, and suddenly, they drew a beautiful trajectory and fell toward Chunzong. The dazzling sun suppressed Chunzong and attacked Chunzong's spiritual will. Pressure, extremely strong pressure. Nenshntian's attack had surpassed the level that he had used to defeat Ding Xian. It showed signs of a 7-star battle strength. Ding Xian's expression changed greatly, and he looked ferocious. His fingernails pierced the skin between his thumb and forefinger, and blood oozed out. The second prince and the others looked worried. Chunzong might not be able to take this attack, and he would be defeated. Chunzong's battle with Nenshntian gave people hope. If he was also defeated, then no one in the younger generation of the Qi refining realm and the entire dynasty would be a match for Nenshntian. Hundreds of years ago, Martial King Han Tian was invincible, and the shadow left behind by him had affected many people for decades. If Nenshntian won again, there would be a lot of negative effects in the following period of time, and morale would be damaged. Once warriors lost their morale and drive, it would be difficult for them to improve. The pressure, the unprecedented pressure, was enormous, and it was as if a real scorching sun had fallen, destroying the world. Chunzong's tenacious spiritual will was also greatly impacted and trembled. "My sword will," Chunzong shouted in a low voice, and his trembling spiritual will was also stabilized. The mysterious sword tip in the space between his eyebrows seemed to be attracted, and it trembled slightly. Silver light shone in all directions, and the azure dragon danced in the air, and the ancient dragon's roar seemed to come from a mysterious place. In an instant, all the pressure seemed to disappear, and countless sceneries flashed by. All kinds of insights emerged, and Chunzong's eyes shone brightly. 6 luminaries flash dragon. dragon piercing the sky. With a sway of his body, 6 transparent, illusory figures appeared around Chunzong. Each of the illusory long swords displayed a different sword move, which then merged into one. A dominating dragon's roar reverberated in the air, and the transparent, divine dragon soared into the sky. Its momentum was so domineering that even heaven and earth bowed before it. The scorching sun fell, and the divine dragon soared into the sky. In an instant, the divine dragon struck the scorching sun, and after a slight pause, it pierced through the middle of the scorching sun. The scorching sun shattered, and the divine dragon shattered inch by inch and disappeared into nothingness. Chunzong's figure appeared in midair, and his 2 swords roared like a hurricane, and sword chi flashed violently, and all of them slashed towards Nenshantian. Nenshantian waved his saber like rain, and sword chi poured down like a waterfall. What was that sword move of Chunzong just now? I think I saw a dragon. It really was a dragon. The pseudo-transcendents of the dynasty all had dignified expressions. As long as it was an earth-grade martial skill, one would need to comprehend it after cultivating it to the extreme. From there, one would be able to comprehend a deeper level of profoundness. However, it was extremely difficult. Many martial artists had never even heard of such a thing. In the history of the Cloud Dragon dynasty, there were very few cultivators of the refining realm who had reached this step. Throughout the 1,000 years, there were no more than 10. Chunzong was another one. At that moment, under the attack of Chunzong's 2 swords, Nenshantian was forced to retreat until he reached the edge of the battle dragon ring. He stepped on the broken ring, and his whole body fell down. Chunzong was still standing on the battle dragon ring. The battle dragon ring looked like it had been shattered by a great earthquake. Who won? I don't know, but it looks like it's a tie. I think Chunzong should have won. Look, he's still standing on the battle dragon ring, while Nenshantian has fallen down. That's true. It seemed that Nenshantian's expression was normal, and so was Chunzong, which meant that neither of them was injured. The only difference was that one was still standing on the battle dragon ring, while the other was still standing below. To be able to meet you, my trip was not in vain. Nenshantian sheathed his saber, and his face was full of excitement. Nenshantian had come to the 3 dynasties to gain experience. He wanted to learn from his predecessors and find a way to break through to the 7-star level, and then break through to the true force realm. He had defeated one opponent after another, and none of them had made him use his full strength. Even Ding Xian was a bit lacking. Nenshantian was very disappointed and thought that he would not be able to complete this trip. But to his surprise, Chunzong had appeared. Not only did he fight fiercely with Nenshantian, but he also forced Nenshantian to use the blazing sun saber technique. Even so, Nenshantian was not defeated. Instead, Nenshantian had broken his blazing sun saber technique. Their last exchange was like the afterglow of the setting sun. I've lost this battle. Various thoughts flashed through Nenshantian's mind as he declared straightforwardly. A loss was a loss, and a win was a win. Nenshantian had been defeated and fell down from the battle dragon ring. This was proof that he had lost. Maybe if they fought again, he would not necessarily lose, but he had lost this battle. Nenshantian was arrogant, but he could afford to lose. It's a draw, Chunzong said with a faint smile. It was indeed a draw. If the battle dragon ring had not been broken, Nenshantian would not have fallen down. Chunzong was not confident that he could defeat Nenshantian if the battle had continued. Haha, loss is a loss. Nenshantian laughed. I will remember your name, Chunzong. But the Cloud Dragon dynasty is just a small dynasty. So are the 9 Eagles dynasty and the Silver Light dynasty. With your talent and potential, you should go to a wider world to have a brighter future. Hearing this, Chunzong's heart skipped a beat. After Nenshantian finished speaking, he turned and strode away. His back was still as arrogant as ever. Not only was he not weakened by the loss, but he looked even straighter, like a saber that could pierce the sky. Brother Chun, congratulations. The second prince strode over, his face full of smiles and excitement. The first prince and the third prince also strode over with smiles on their faces. At this moment, Chunzong was the center of attention, shining brightly. Chapter 328. National Scholar Chunzong, extremely talented. He has brought glory to the dynasty, set a new standard for the younger generation, and reached a new height in martial arts. He has been conferred the title of National Scholar. National Scholar Chunzong, extremely talented. He has brought glory to the dynasty, set a new standard for the younger generation, and reached a new height in martial arts. He has been conferred the title of National Scholar. National Scholar Chunzong, extremely talented. He has brought glory to the dynasty, set a new standard for the younger generation, and reached a new height in martial arts. He has been conferred the title of National Scholar. National Scholar of the dynasty was the general term. National Scholar was the lowest, and Great National Scholar was the next level. National Scholar was 1 in 10,000, and only those with great power could be the next level. Great National Scholar was the next level. Only those who had made great contributions to the dynasty were qualified to be conferred the title. Once the imperial edict came out, the whole world was shocked. I remember that the last time someone was conferred the title of National Scholar was 20 years ago. He has been conferred the title of National Scholar at such a young age, unparalleled in the world. I didn't expect. After Yi Fifan received the news, his face was filled with astonishment. His heart was overwhelmed with shock. After that, he smiled bitterly. National Scholar. When he first saw Chunzong, Chunzong was only a 3-star warrior and could not resist his sword. When he saw Chunzong for the second time, Chunzong had already been conferred the title of National Scholar, and his combat power was even higher than his own. Now, when he saw Chunzong for the third time, he heard the news about Chunzong. Chunzong had been conferred the title of National Scholar, and his combat power had reached the limit of 6-star. Adding up the time, it was less than half a year. In half a year, he had done something that many people could not do in their lifetime. He had obtained the supreme glory, and all the other geniuses were overshadowed by him. All the geniuses in this era will be under his halo. Yi Fifan sighed. He did not feel jealous at all, only admiration. When Xiu Honglai heard the news, he was so shocked that his face turned pale. From then on, he did not want to compete with Chunzong anymore. National Scholar. It was a supreme honor. The imperial edict was like the wind, sweeping through the capital at the fastest speed possible. It then spread to the 3 prefectures, and then to the entire county. Those who knew Chunzong were all stunned at first. They thought that they had misheard, or that it was someone with the same name. However, the Marquis of Linshan was certain that it was Chunzong. This was because he had already received Chunzong's reply and learned that not only had Chunzong become one with the sword, he had also successfully comprehended the truth. It was possible for a Qi refining realm martial artist to achieve enlightenment, but it was very difficult. Since ancient times, there had been very few who had succeeded. Who would have thought that his disciple would really do it? Marquis, congratulations, congratulations. Yinwei was all smiles. Great state knight. That was a great state knight, 10 times more powerful than a state knight. Even though, in the dynasty, the state knight examination was extremely strict, normally, there would only be one every year. There would still be quite a number of them accumulated over time. Great state knights, however, could be counted on one's fingers, only a few people. Apart from Chunzong, the others all had great statuses or great strength. The Marquis of Linshan's face was full of smiles. Accepting Chunzong as his disciple was probably the proudest thing in his life. He could die without regrets. Do you want to celebrate? The Marquis of Jinyuan asked. His attitude toward Chunzong had changed unconsciously. He seemed to treat Chunzong as someone of the same level. The so-called celebration naturally meant holding a banquet and inviting all parties to celebrate Chunzong's conferment as a national scholar. Martial uncle, it's not necessary. Chunzong said, as you wish. The Marquis of Jinyuan secretly felt that it was a pity, but he did not make a decision on his own. He respected Chunzong's choice. Some people chased after fame and fortune, and some people were indifferent to it. This was Chunzong's second time entering the dynasty's arsenal. After being conferred the title of national scholar, his treatment naturally increased. Originally, when he was a national scholar, Chunzong could enter the dynasty's arsenal and choose a peerless earth-level martial art or technique. Now that he was a national scholar, there was no such restriction. All the martial arts and techniques in the entire dynasty's arsenal were open to Chunzong. In addition, Chunzong could receive 500 spirit shells every month, which was 5 times more than before. 500 spirit shells. That was a number that many warriors could only earn after years of hard work, even risking their lives. Yet, Chunzong was able to obtain it so easily. Of course, if he didn't have enough talent, if he didn't defeat Ninshantian to redeem the reputation of the dynasty's genius, and if he didn't break the dynasty's training realm's limit and set a new record, Chunzong wouldn't have been bestowed the title of Grand Warrior and received such great treatment. There was no need to choose a martial art, and there was no need to spend time flipping through them. Chunzong's focus was on sword arts. The complete, peerless Earth-level sword art was the 9 Luminaries Flash Dragon sword art, which he had already chosen. However, there were still a few incomplete peerless Earth-level sword arts and many peerless Earth-level upper-level sword arts that could increase Chunzong's foundation and accumulation in sword arts. Flipping through them continuously, Chunzong used his increasingly powerful memory to memorize them all. After flipping through more than 100 sword arts that covered a wide range, he finally walked towards the section for secret arts. These 100 sword arts were never seen before, and they were rarely circulated in the outside world. The mysteries contained within them were all different, and there were very few repetitions. The energy concentration art is too weak, and its effect on refining my inner strength is almost negligible. I need a better secret art to refine my inner strength. Chunzong thought to himself as he started to browse through the section for secret arts. When it came to secret arts, the more, the better. Instead, it had to be suitable. Otherwise, it would only waste time and energy, delay progress, and even bring more serious burdens. The energy concentration art was also recorded here, and it was exactly the same as the one in the mountain overlook courtyard. Dual polarity art. Chunzong took it down and flipped through it. After looking at the first page, he decided to choose this secret art to refine his inner strength. Dual polarity art was supplemented by alternating between cold and hot to refine one's inner strength, removing impurities and making it purer. Chunzong continued to flip through the pages casually. Mixed elements impact. Forcibly increase the intensity of one's inner strength in an instant and explode with greater power. Chunzong was deep in thought as he recalled the battle between Enchantment and Dingxian. Dingxian seemed to have used some kind of secret art to forcibly increase his combat strength. After careful comparison, the secret art that Dingxian used was similar to the description of the mixed elements impact. Perhaps it was the mixed elements impact. Not bad. I want the mixed elements impact too, Chunzong said to himself as he memorized the contents again. After choosing the 2 secret arts, Chunzong did not leave the Dynasty Armory. As a Grand National Warrior, he could stay here for a long time as he did not cause any damage. In addition to a large number of cultivation methods, martial arts, and secret arts, the Dynasty Armory also contained the cultivation notes of many predecessors. Chunzong searched through them one by one and found the cultivation notes of the hundreds of sword techniques and martial arts that he had chosen. He read them carefully to increase his understanding. In addition, he also looked at some of the more general sword techniques and cultivation notes of inner strength. With a strong memory, he could firmly remember the contents that he had read. He did not comprehend them in depth first, but instead accumulated them and slowly thought about them later. After that, Chunzong found the cultivation experience related to the dual polarity strength technique and the mixed element impact and memorized the contents. Wuzhen Secret Record. It was a thin book written on animal skin. It looked very smooth, and had obviously been read many times. Chunzong flipped through it and read it carefully. The contents recorded were directly related to Wuzhen. Some of the principles of Wuzhen and so on allowed Chunzong to have a deeper understanding of the realm of Wuzhen. Some of the applications of the realm of Wuzhen also increased Chunzong's horizons and accumulation. In the realm of Wuzhen, you can borrow the power of heaven and earth. Through this, you can break through the martial arts extreme wall and comprehend the profound of martial arts, maximizing the power of Wuzhen. Martial arts extreme wall. Profound of martial arts. Chunzong pondered. The description was short and not detailed, so he could only deduce and ponder on his own. Suddenly, Chunzong recalled the battle between him and Nan Shuntian. Under the immense pressure of Nan Shuntian's final killing move, he had gained an epiphany that allowed him to condense the 6 luminaries' flash dragon sword into a single dragon piercing the sky. That feeling could not be described with words, but it also seemed to have broken through a limit that belonged to the 9 luminaries' flash dragon sword. It allowed the power of Wuzhen to be fully unleashed, and the power of that sword broke through Chunzong's combat power limit and reached the 7-star level. Could it be that this is the so-called breaking through the martial arts extreme wall and comprehending the profound of martial arts? Chunzong thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed to be so. It seemed that he had a new goal, a direction to become stronger, but it required time and energy. More and more, Chunzong felt that he did not have enough time and energy. He wished that one day could become 2 or 3 days, or even longer. Time. He shook his head lightly. This was not a place for meditation. He put the Wuzhen secret record back in its original place and turned to walk out of the arsenal. When he came, it was early in the morning. When he left, it was already night and the sky was full of stars. Chunzong stayed in the arsenal for an entire day. Too many things were stuffed into his head, and he felt a bit bloated. I'll come back tomorrow to pick a pseudo-spiritual weapon. Chunzong thought to himself and walked out of the palace. When Chunzong was conferred the title of State Knight, he could enter the dynasty's arsenal and the dynasty's treasury to choose from. After becoming a State Knight, not only could he choose any cultivation method, martial arts, or secret technique, he could also enter the treasury and pick a pseudo-spiritual weapon. He walked out of the palace and headed straight to the Guan Mansion. Young Master Chun, you're back. The butler of the Guan Mansion saw Chunzong and immediately stopped to greet him respectfully. MHM. Chunzong nodded. Butler, please send more wine and meat to the Red Maple Garden. After staying in the arsenal for an entire day, he had been using his brain and felt quite hungry. Yes, young Master Chun. I'll do it right away. The butler was shocked. Young Master Chun was a State Knight of the dynasty. In the entire Guan Mansion, no one had ever received such an honor. He had a bright future. The butler, who was full of motivation, immediately ordered the kitchen to cook as fast as possible. Then, he personally carried 2 large plates of completely different demon beast meat and a large pot of wine to the Red Maple Garden. Young Master Chun, please enjoy. The butler bowed. Thank you. Chunzong was a bit surprised that the butler personally delivered the food. It's my honor to work for young Master Chun. The butler smiled. Chunzong did not say anything, but a thought flashed through his mind. If he had not been conferred the title of State Knight, or even State Knight, the butler would not have acted like this. Chapter 329. In front of Chunzong was a row of different pseudo-spiritual weapons. When he was conferred the title of State Knight, Chunzong entered the dynasty's treasury once to choose treasures, but Chunzong didn't know where the pseudo-spiritual weapons were. What he chose in the end could only depend on his luck. At that time, Chunzong chose an iron plate. Until now, he didn't know what it was used for. It seemed that its only characteristic was its hardness. Even Chunzong's full-strength sword couldn't damage it at all, not even leaving a mark. This time, when he was promoted to State Knight, all kinds of pseudo-spiritual weapons were gathered together for Chunzong to choose. I need a pseudo-spiritual sword. Chunzong said to himself and glanced around. There were a total of more than 30 pseudo-spiritual weapons here, including armor, combat shoes, arm guards, gloves, bracelets, rings, and so on. There was also a headband. As for weapons, there weren't many. There were only 6 in total: 2 sabers, 2 swords, 1 long spear, and 1 battle axe. Chunzong's eyes fell on the 2 swords. One was a short sword. Chunzong directly ruled it out. Although Chunzong could quickly familiarize himself with the short sword, Chunzong preferred a long sword. The long sword was more than 1 meter long, the blade was as wide as 3 fingers side by side, and the spine was as thick as 1 finger. The blade was covered with wavy lines, which were very dazzling. Without hesitation, Chunzong reached out and grabbed the long sword. The long sword weighed dozens of pounds, but didn't pressure Chunzong at all. The first-level pseudo-spiritual weapon, Mountain Beheading Sword, can activate the power of Mountain Beheading Sword, making the sword more powerful. The person who brought Chunzong to choose said, "Unfortunately, you should have chosen the short sword. It's the only second-level pseudo-spiritual weapon here." Hearing this, Chunzong couldn't help but look at the short sword again, but there was no regret in his heart. Since he had already made a choice, he had no regrets. Besides, he really didn't like the short sword. If he didn't like it, how could his mind be clear if he forced it? With the Mountain Beheading Sword in hand, Chunzong left the palace and returned to the Red Maple Garden. With the Mountain Beheading Sword in hand, the ancient imperial sword naturally had to be retired. Chunzong pulled out his sword. The tip of the sword was dazzling, as if it could cut through the sunlight. Chunzong flicked his wrist, and like the sound of wind and thunder, dozens of sword lights tore through the air, shooting out like a storm. It was extremely sharp. While the air was being torn apart, there was also a part of it that was highly compressed and shot out, cutting through the ground, leaving behind sword marks. On a whim, Chunzong displayed various sword techniques. Sometimes it was light and nimble like a swallow as it flashed through the air. Sometimes it was like the surging waves of the ocean, wave after wave. Sometimes it was like a gale that swept up dust and sand that filled the sky. Sometimes it was swift like a bolt of lightning that seemed to want to tear the sky apart and shatter the earth. It was a delightful moment. The practice of bipolar strength technique requires the assistance of the ice fire pill. Only then will the effect be better. Let's go to the outer city to look. There were many shops that sold pills in the outer city of the royal capital. Among them, the 100-pill building was the leader and claimed to have the most complete set of pills. You are. The deacon of the 100-pill building opened his eyes wide. His voice trembled, and even his breathing became rapid. He was extremely excited. Speak slowly. Chunzong smiled slightly. His voice seemed to contain a calming power. You are a great national scholar. The deacon's tone calmed down, but he was still very excited. A great national scholar of the royal capital. Although he had no real power, he had extraordinary status and was a symbol of supreme honor that could be immortalized for generations to come. This was especially true for Chunzong, who was still very young. His future accomplishments were even more limitless. I'm here to buy some pills. Chunzong smiled. Great national scholar, you have chosen the right place. The 100-pill building has the most complete set of pills. We have what other shops have, and we also have what other shops don't have. The deacon said excitedly. Moreover, the 100-pill building has alchemy masters who can refine specific pills. Do you have the ice fire pill? Chunzong asked. The ice fire pill was a pill that was rarely used. Ordinary shops often didn't have it. He didn't know if the 100-pill building had it. Yes. The deacon said repeatedly. Great national scholar, how many pills do you need? How much is 1 pill worth? Chunzong asked again. Great national scholar, the herbs needed to refine the ice fire pill are precious. The success rate is low, so the price is high. The deacon quickly said, 1 pill costs 50 spirit shells. But since you are a great national scholar, the 100-pill building can give you a 20% discount. 1 pill only costs 40 spirit shells. Give me 10 pills first. Chunzong silently calculated and said. First of all, he didn't have many spirit shells. The total number was more than 600. If he sold the Ganoderma and nether iron, he might be able to get 100 more. Moreover, it was still unknown how many ice fire pills were needed to practice the dual polarity strength skill. But he estimated that he needed 10 pills. We'll buy 10 pills first. All right, please take a seat and wait for a moment. I'll pack up the ice fire pills. The deacon excitedly left. He quickly brought Chunzong a cup of tea and went to retrieve the pills. Soon, Chunzong left with the ice fire pills worth 400 spirit shells and returned directly to the Guan mansion. In the red maple garden, Chunzong took an ice fire pill and put it gently into his mouth. It melted in his mouth, and he swallowed it. Immediately, he felt a mixture of coldness and heat, which quickly spread. It was as if he was standing in a world of ice and snow, or being roasted on a fire. This alternating feeling of coldness and heat made Chunzong unable to tell what it was. It was painful, but also comfortable. With a strong will, Chunzong withstood this strange feeling and got rid of all distracting thoughts. He silently recited the formula of the dual polarity strength skill, and the powerful Huntian Yuan breaking strength was also activated. The power of the pill, which was cold and hot, was immediately absorbed into the Huntian Yuan breaking strength skill. They mixed together and wandered between Chunzong's bones and muscles. The intertwining of ice and fire, the unique operation skills and trajectories, made the impurities contained in the pure and powerful Huntian Yuan breaking strength skill be expelled little by little. They were squeezed out through the pores of the skin along with the wriggling of the bones and muscles. A little gray gradually appeared on the surface of Chunzong's skin. The effects of one ice fire pill lasted for about half an hour. Chunzong opened his eyes and lowered his head to take a look. Soon after, his entire body trembled slightly. The muscles on his body undulated like waves, directly shaking off the gray impurities on the surface of his skin, leaving not even a speck of dust on it. Chunzong tried to circulate his inner strength, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Good. The Huntian Yuan breaking strength skill is indeed pure. This efficiency was more than 10 times better than when he practiced the strength concentration skill for several days in a row. It also made Chunzong know that his choice was correct. It was very difficult to refine and purify the internal force, and it would bring an obvious burden to the body. However, Chunzong's body was strong and stronger than many warriors, so this level of burden was nothing and was soon eliminated. He took out the second ice fire pill and continued to practice the dual polarity strength skill. 2 days. In just 2 days, Chunzong took all 10 ice fire pills. The refining effect of the internal force was also obvious, and the purity was increased by 30%. The 30% increase meant that the power of the Huntian Yuan breaking strength skill was more powerful and his combat strength was enhanced. I haven't reached the limit yet, Chunzong said to himself. He estimated that he would need at least 10 more ice fire pills. In the shop in the outer city, Chunzong sold the nether iron and Ganoderma and got 150 spirit shells. Including what he had, he still had less than 400 spirit shells. But it didn't matter. Chunzong could borrow them from a Guan mansion first and pay them back when he received his great state scholar's salary next month. Another 10 ice fire pills were obtained, and Chunzong took all of them in 2 days. However, the refining effect of the internal force was not as good as before. In total, the purity of Chunzong's Huntian Yuan breaking strength skill was increased by 50% with the help of 20 ice fire pills and the dual polarity strength skill. 50% is already the limit, Chunzong said to himself, and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. However, it was already amazing to be able to refine the powerful Huntian Yuan breaking strength skill and increase its purity by 50%. 50%. I wonder if my combat strength has reached the 7-star level? Chunzong had an idea and was looking forward to it. There was a huge gap between the 7-star level and the 6-star level. It was very difficult to cross. In the history of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty, no one had ever achieved it. What Qinzong didn't know was that even in the place where an enchantion came from, there were very few martial artists who could reach the 7-star level in the Qi refining realm. However, that place as a whole was more than 10 times stronger than the Cloud Dragon dynasty. The 7-star level was also the goal of Nan Shuntian, but he didn't know if he could achieve it. The gap was like a natural chasm. Without using any secret techniques, Qinzong used his internal force to perform the most powerful sword strike. After carefully feeling it, he couldn't help but shake his head. He had already touched the 7-star level, but he still hadn't reached it. The gap was really big. However, Qinzong wasn't discouraged. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. The refinement of the Hantian Yuan breaking strength skill had reached the peak, and the Hantian Yuan breaking strength skill had been cultivated to the 6th level. In this aspect, there was no more room for improvement. However, there was still hope for his cultivation to reach the completion of the Qi refining realm. Qinzong was sure that as long as his cultivation reached the completion of the Qi refining realm, his combat strength would definitely reach the 7-star level, or even the early 7-star level. However, Qinzong still couldn't find an accurate clue about the completion of the Qi refining realm. He didn't know how long it would take for him to truly comprehend it and grasp the key points and opportunities to break through. Fortunately, other than the completion of the Qi refining realm, there were many other sword techniques that could be practiced. He could also comprehend the body and sword as one and the enlightenment realm more deeply. All of these would directly or indirectly increase Qinzong's combat strength. Day after day, time flew by. After sparring with Qinzong again and again, Shi Huanyue finally broke through the limit and successfully comprehended the body and sword as one realm. The accumulation was converted into strength, and his combat strength was increased to the peak of the 4-star level. As if knowing that Shi Huanyue had comprehended the body and sword as one, Su Xiaoshui came to Qinzong from time to time to ask for advice. After a few days, Shi Huanyue also comprehended the body and sword as one. 9 luminaries flashed dragon. Chapter 330. The horse galloped as fast as the wind, as fast as lightning. The scenery was grotesque and variegated, as if ghosts were passing by on both sides. Qinzong left the imperial city on the red-scale dragon horse and headed for Linshan County. 12 golden dragon guards at the peak of LV9 of the genuine martial realm accompanied him. They were the guards who escorted Qinzong. The title of Great State Scholar was an extremely high honor. It also represented unlimited potential. Qinzong had yet to mature and become a powerhouse, so he couldn't afford to lose it. Each of the 12 Golden Dragon Guards was at least a 4-star fighter. They could also form a joint attack formation, which was enough to kill a 5-star genuine martial realm warrior and trap a 6-star genuine martial realm warrior for a moment. 20 days later, Qinzong looked at the gate of Linshan Yard and couldn't help but sigh. It hadn't even been a year since he entered the Overlook Mountain Courtyard. In fact, it had only been half a year since he entered the Overlook Mountain Courtyard. He had already broken through the limit of the 6-star realm and successfully reached the 7-star realm. Everything had started in Overlook Mountain Courtyard. If he hadn't entered Linshan Yard and been accepted as a disciple by Marquis Linshan, he wouldn't have improved so quickly. Qinzong was very grateful to Marquis Linshan for being his master. After dismounting, Qinzong handed the horse to the Golden Dragon Guards and rushed into Linshan Yard impatiently. He was as fast as a gust of wind as he rushed to Guanshan House. Senior's sister. It was Guan Yunxi who opened the door. Qinzong greeted her with a smile. Guan Yunxi was stunned. She didn't expect it to be Qinzong. She didn't react until Qinzong called her. She smiled and looked excited. Great State Scholar, you're back. Guan Yunxi smiled with a hint of mockery. Her eyes narrowed like crescent moons. I'm back. Qinzong also smiled. He didn't mind Guan Yunxi's teasing. Where's Master? He went out with Uncle Wei yesterday. I don't know when he'll be back. Guan Yunxi said, but my father was very happy that you were conferred the title of Great State Scholar. He and Uncle Wei both got drunk. Hearing that, Qinzong was touched. Junior brother, I heard that your combat power has reached the peak of the 6-star level. Come, let me test it. Guan Yunqi's fiery red whip flashed as soon as she finished speaking. It was like a spirit snake soaring into the sky. The red lightning sword was unsheathed. Like a bolt of lightning, the sword swiftly and gracefully struck the long red whip. It was as if the sword had pierced a snake's weak spot, causing the long whip to instantly lose its strength. It was as if a snake had its spine pulled out. Guan Yunqi yelled. Her inner strength fluctuated, and the long whip shook. The tip of the whip pierced toward Qinzong like the tip of a sword. Guan Yunqi's combat power was still at the 3-star level, but she had reached the peak of the 3-star level. Her inner strength was powerful and domineering, and it contained sharpness. It was the chaotic heaven origin-breaking force. Qinzong made a comparison. Guan Yunqi's chaotic heaven-breaking energy was about to reach the 5th level. He should have just broken through not long ago. If he could reach the 6th level, Guan Yunqi's battle prowess would reach the 4-star level. In a place like Linshan County, the peak of the 3-star level was already very good. A 4-star level was the best. However, for Qinzong, who had seen many geniuses in the capital city, a 4-star level was nothing. He controlled his strength to be at the same level as Guan Yunqi's. He only used ordinary sword techniques to exchange pointers with Guan Yunqi. Guan Yunqi fought with all her strength. Her condition was getting better and better. Her whip technique became more mysterious and unpredictable. When it was about time, Qinzong struck the long whip with his sword. The power gathered on the long whip was dispersed again. Guan Yunqi's forehead was covered in sweat. Her breathing was rapid. Qinzong was calm and composed. The battle just now was like a child's play. Guan Yunqi was happy, but at the same time, she felt frustrated. Qinzong stayed in the Mountain View residence. The 12 Golden Dragon guards did not leave. They stayed in the courtyard to protect Qinzong. Other than cultivating, Guan Yunqi would exchange pointers with Qinzong every day. Qinzong would also teach Guan Yunqi the cultivation and application of the chaotic heaven origin-breaking force. This allowed Guan Yunqi to improve every day. Her combat power was gradually approaching the 4-star level. On the 7th day, the Marquis of Linshan and Yin Wei returned. Master, Uncle Wei. Qinzong greeted the two. Good, good, good. The Marquis of Linshan laughed. He was excited and happy from the bottom of his heart. Yin Wei was also smiling. He felt like he was in a daze. I can't tell the origin of this iron plate. The Marquis of Linshan shook his head after studying it over and over again. He returned the iron plate to Qinzong. However, it must be a treasure for the dynasty to keep it in the treasury. Keep it well. It might come in handy in the future. Okay. Qinzong nodded and kept the iron plate close to his body. Master, I came back this time to visit you, senior sister, and Uncle Wei. The second reason is to bid farewell, Qinzong said. Bid farewell. The Marquis of Linshan was shocked. Where are you going? I'm going to travel, Qinzong said seriously. My cultivation has reached the peak of LV9 of the energy training realm. However, I want to break through to the perfection of the energy training realm. Also, the battle with Nanshantian made me realize that there are stronger geniuses out there. As for me, I have yet to reach my true limit. Hearing Qinzong's words, the Marquis of Linshan did not know what to say. Sometimes, if a disciple was too outstanding, it would be a headache. Pursuing one's own limit was the goal of every outstanding martial artist. However, not every martial artist could do it. For example, Qinzong's battle strength had already reached the peak of the 6-star realm. He could definitely break through to the real martial realm. However, he was still unwilling and wanted to break through to the perfection of the energy training realm. Training is dangerous. You may even die. I can't accompany you. You can only rely on yourself, the Marquis of Linshan said. Master, don't worry. I won't die, Qinzong said. By the way, Master, I heard Enchantian say that our Cloud Dragon Dynasty, Nine Eagle Dynasty, and Silver Light Dynasty are just small dynasties. Master, please enlighten me. There are some things that ordinary martial artists are not qualified to know. The Marquis of Linshan paused for a moment before continuing. However, with your talent and potential, as well as your current status, these are no longer secrets. Chunzong listened attentively. Our Cloud Dragon Dynasty has 1 capital, 3 prefectures, and 18 counties. It could be considered a vast land with abundant resources. However, in front of a greater power, it is nothing. Nine Eagle Dynasty and Silverlight Dynasty are similar to our Cloud Dragon Dynasty. In front of a greater power, they can only be considered small dynasties. If you head north of our Cloud Dragon Dynasty, you will reach the Sinking Feather River. Sinking Feather River. Hearing this, Chunzong's heart skipped a beat. He remembered the words left behind by Chaotic Heaven Martial King in his cave mansion. He said that his other cave mansion was at the Sinking Feather River. The Sinking Feather River is known as the Floating Feather River. It requires a special boat to cross it. After crossing the Sinking Feather River, you will enter another area. That vast area is governed by a dynasty. Nenshantian should be from there. The Marquis of Linshan said in a dignified tone, that dynasty is called the Longtu Dynasty. Its territory is more than 100 times larger than our Cloud Dragon Dynasty, and its resources are more than 100 times richer. It has many geniuses and countless pseudo-transcendents. The number of transcendent realm masters they have is far more than our Cloud Dragon Dynasty. Even if all the transcendent realm masters of the 3 great dynasties were added together, it would not be more than a third of the Longtu dynasties. Chunzong was shocked. At the same time, he yearned for it. Longtu Dynasty. These 4 words left a deep impression in Chunzong's heart. The Longtu Dynasty had a genius like Nenshantian. Perhaps there were even stronger geniuses. Just the thought of fighting with stronger geniuses made one's blood boil with excitement. Master, is the Chaotic Heaven Martial King also from the Longtu Dynasty? Chunzong suddenly asked. I'm not sure if the Chaotic Heaven Martial King is from the Longtu Dynasty. The Marquis of Linshan said, but according to the results of the investigation, those people from the Demon Wind Hall are from the Longtu Dynasty. They seem to be the remnants of a force from the Longtu Dynasty that is trying to establish themselves in our Cloud Dragon Dynasty. Then wouldn't the Cloud Dragon Dynasty? Chunzong was worried. It's fine. It's just a group of remnants. They can't shake the foundation of our Cloud Dragon Dynasty. It'll just take some time. The Marquis of Linshan said. He didn't care too much about the Demon Wind Hall. That was indeed the case. There were many masters in the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. Once they did, they could destroy the remnants of the Demon Wind Hall. Chunzong wasn't worried. Are you going to cross the Sinking Feather River and head to the Longtu Dynasty? The Marquis of Linshan suddenly asked. I will go to the Longtu Dynasty, but only after I reach the great circle of the training realm. Chunzong said. The plan was slowly forming. If your cultivation can reach the great circle of the training realm, your fighting strength will break through the limit and reach the 7-star realm. The Marquis of Linshan's eyes flashed. The 7-star realm's fighting strength doesn't belong to the training realm. Master, please enlighten me. Chunzong said. The training realm's fighting strength is divided according to the true martial realm, but there are some differences. The true martial realm's fighting strength reaches the limit of the 6-star realm. The 7-star realm that surpasses the 6-star realm is called the pseudo-transcendent realm. The Marquis of Linshan said, like me, I have the 7-star realm's fighting strength. The difference between the 7-star realm and the 6-star realm is huge. Therefore, the 7-star realm's fighting strength in the training realm is also called the pseudo-true martial realm. Pseudo-true martial realm. Chunzong muttered to himself. His heart was filled with ambition. I've heard that some training realm martial artists can condense their inner strength to the limit and break through the limit, turning it into pseudo-true force. Its power isn't as strong as the real true force, but it's far stronger than inner strength. The Marquis of Linshan said logically, those training realm martial artists who can condense their inner strength into pseudo-true force all have at least the 7-star realm's fighting strength. Actually, the The pseudo-true martial realm's name comes from the pseudo-true force. Chunzong felt that his horizons were broadened once again. It was a wonderful feeling. Every time he reached the end of a path, he would suddenly find a door in front of him. When he pushed the door open, he would see more paths. Every path seemed to lead to a mysterious place, making him yearn for it and willing to give up everything for it. Chapter 331. The winter rain and the cold brought out the bleakness of winter even more thoroughly. Master, Uncle Wei, senior sister, in the future, will meet again. Amidst the drizzling rain, Chunzong knelt to the Marquis of Linshan and then bowed to Yen Wei. In the end, he clasped his hands towards Guan Yunshi before turning around. With the resolve of a swordsman, his footsteps were firm and his back straight as he pressed forward. "Junior brother, you must live well," Guan Yunshi shouted at Chunzong's back. Chunzong didn't look back and just waved his hand as he walked further and further away. "Let's go back," the Marquis of Linshan said only after Chunzong's back disappeared. Using his movement technique, Chunzong's speed became faster and faster. When he reached the limit, Chunzong entered the state of enlightenment. He guided the power of heaven and earth around him, making his body lighter, and his speed increased by 40%. Previously, it was only 30%, but now it was 40%, which was obviously faster. This proved that Chunzong had a deeper understanding of the state of enlightenment. Firstly, it was because he had read the Wuzhen's secret record, and secondly, it was because of the Marquis of Linshan's guidance. After all, the Marquis of Linshan was a pseudo-transcendent realm master and had already stepped into the state of enlightenment. In terms of application, he was much better than Chunzong. His speed increased by 40%, but the consumption of mental energy was much less than when he increased it by 30%. After leaving Linshan County, Chunzong carried him all the way to Sinking Feather River. His ultimate goal was, of course, to cross the Sinking Feather River and head to the even more powerful Longtu dynasty to pursue his own path of martial arts. However, to set off from Linshan County, he would have to cross half of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. The entire process would take quite a bit of time. Along the way, Chunzong would be able to hone himself while searching for the opportunity to reach the great perfection of the training stage. Chunzong walked forward. He climbed over mountains and crossed rivers. He lived in the open. As he walked on the ground, his clothes gradually became tattered and his skin came in contact with the cold wind. Comprehending truth, sensing the power of heaven and earth. This kind of direct contact allowed Chunzong to continuously deepen his comprehension of the Wuzhen's secret records and the guidance of his master, the Marquis of Linshan. It's time to pack up and have a good meal before continuing our journey. Rushing out of the forest, Chunzong headed forward. There was a city in front of him, and on top of the city gate, there was a signboard with the words Double Mountain City written in red. Great Mountain City was the city of Great Mountain Commandery. It was also the most prosperous place in Great Mountain Commandery and Great Mountain Province. Stepping into Heavy Mountain City, Chunzong could feel the difference, a kind of settling down. Heavy Mountain City was bigger and older than Mountain Overlook City, but it wasn't as big as the imperial capital. The first thing Chunzong did was to book a room in a restaurant and ask the waiter to bring him hot water. After washing up, he changed into a clean set of clothes. Moving into the restaurant, Chunzong planned to have a hearty meal. After all, the food he ate while sleeping in the open was very simple and could not be considered delicious. There were so many people in the restaurant that it was almost impossible to find an empty table. "Brother Chun," a familiar voice sounded. Chunzong looked over and saw the son of King Chongshan, Yi Fifan. "Brother Yi." Chunzong cupped his fist. "Brother Chun, since you came to Great Mountain Commandery, you should have come to see me." Yi Fifan was very friendly. "Please have a seat. Waiter, bring me another set of chopsticks." "Brother Chun, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Yi Feiyun. He is also Fian's brother." Yi Fifan pointed at the young man sitting on his left and said, "This is Chiu Honggang. He is Chiu Honglia's brother." "Brother Yi, brother Chiu." Chen Zong cupped his fist and felt that it was interesting. The first time he saw Yi Fifan, he was accompanied by Yi Fian and Chiu Honglai. Now, he was accompanied by Yi Fian's brother, Yi Feiyun, and Chiu Honglia's brother, Chiu Honggang. What a coincidence! "Fifan, who is this?" Yi Feiyun was confused. "Cousin, brother Chiu, this is that." Yi Fifan said. "That?" Yi Feiyun and Chiu Honggang were stunned. They didn't understand at first, but then they thought of something. "Is he Chen Zong, Chun?" Yi Feiyun exclaimed. "That's me." Chen Zong interrupted Yi Feiyun's exclamation. He didn't want to be the center of attention here. Yi Feiyun didn't exclaim again. Instead, he stood up and saluted Chen Zong. So did Chiu Honggang. After knowing Chen Zong's identity, the two became much more enthusiastic. Chen Zong was a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, Yi Fifan spoke up and calmed him down. The restaurant was very popular. There were no other empty tables. Chen Zong sat down. Seeing Chen Zong gulping down meat and wine, Yi Fifan and the other two were also affected by his forthrightness. Their appetites increased greatly, and before they could finish the dishes on one table, they immediately called for the second table to continue eating. Especially Chen Zong, who had been living in the wild for a long time. He ate to his heart's content. His strong physique made his digestion and absorption far better than others. Most of the wine and dishes went into Chen Zong's stomach. The other three were shocked. They all thought to themselves that Chen Zong was indeed a great state scholar. Even his appetite was incomparable to ordinary people. After eating, Yi Fifan invited Chen Zong to the Yi mansion. After thinking for a while, Chen Zong agreed. A great state scholar is indeed extraordinary. King Chongshan received Chen Zong. Although King Chongshan was a transcendent realm master, Chen Zong was awarded the title of great state scholar at a young age. It meant that he had amazing talent and potential. Moreover, he had broken the limit of the strength-refining realm in the dynasty. It was very likely that he would reach the transcendent realm in the future. Chen Zong did not stay for long. He only stayed in the Yi mansion for one night. After a little rest, he asked to leave. "Brother Chun, do you think I'm not a good host?" Yi Fifan asked. "No, I'm honing myself. I won't stay for long." Chen Zong said, "If fate wills it, we'll drink together in the future. In that case, I won't ask you to stay." "Brother Chun, your martial arts are prosperous." Yi Fifan cupped his fists solemnly. "Your martial arts are prosperous. Goodbye." Chen Zong cupped his fists in return and left with firm steps. Watching Chen Zong leave, Yi Fifan's thoughts drifted. After a long time, he exhaled and secretly made up his mind to go out for experience and further improve himself. After all, Chen Zong had been appointed as a great state scholar by the dynasty. He had a very high status and special honor. His combat strength had even broken the dynasty's record and reached the limit of 6 stars. No matter how one looked at it, it was a goal that no one in the same generation could reach. Now, Chen Zong could start a breakthrough to the true martial realm and become a true martial realm martial artist. He could advance by leaps and bounds and become more powerful. However, he did not. Instead, he further honed himself. What was there to be proud of? Chen Zong did not know that he had influenced Yi Fifan and made him decide to go out for experience. Experience was not a trivial matter. There was a possibility of death. Walking out of Chongshan City, Chen Zong continued to move north. Once again, he had to live in the open. The Cloud Dragon dynasty had 1 capital, 3 states, and 18 counties. After a month, Chen Zong walked out of Chongshan State and was about to step into the Tian Estate. His long robe was tattered and stained with many bloodstains. It had already dried into a dark red color and looked like spots. Over the past month, Chen Zong had spent most of his time traversing mountains and rivers. He had also encountered many dangers. There were not many bandits in the Cloud Dragon dynasty because most of them had been eliminated. However, there were still some left. These bandits were extremely vicious and not weak. Chen Zong had encountered bandits whose combat strength had reached 5 stars. They were a rare group of people in the strength refining realm. Of course, a 5 stars combat strength was nothing in front of Qinzong, who had barely reached 7 stars. It was just a matter of a sword to kill them. In addition to bandits and villains, he would also encounter demonic beasts. There were not many demonic beasts in the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Some were very weak, but some were very strong. Qinzong had encountered a demonic beast whose combat strength was equivalent to the peak of 6 stars of the strength refining realm. Such a demonic beast, coupled with its strong physique, was more difficult to deal with than other peak 6 stars warriors. Qinzong also spent a lot of effort to kill it. Although this month was difficult and dangerous, it also brought great benefits to Qinzong. His spiritual will was obviously sharpened, becoming purer and more resilient. His spiritual power was also improved. In the realm of enlightenment, Qinzong's understanding had increased a little. In addition, there was the sword technique. The sword technique learned from a mountain overlooked courtyard and the dynasty's arsenal were all digested in Qinzong's sharpening. They became his own accumulation and pushed forward the progress of the body and sword as one. Qinzong was confident that even those warriors who had stepped into the body and sword as one realm for decades might not necessarily surpass him in terms of comprehension of the body and sword as one realm. With the deepening of the realm of enlightenment and the improvement of his sword technique, Qinzong's combat strength finally stepped into the early 7 stars. Pseudo-true martial arts realm. His comprehension of the body and sword as one had reached a high level. He could no longer advance by leaps and bounds. He could only slowly polish and improve it bit by bit. Therefore, Qinzong shifted his focus to the comprehension of the Lingwu realm. Lingwu was the martial arts and weapon of the Lingwu realm. Martial arts and weapons were all in one's heart. His improvement was remarkable, but he still had not reached the great fulfillment of the strength refining realm. Qinzong's foundation was too solid, which caused the bottleneck of the great fulfillment of the strength refining realm to be even stronger. However, Qinzong was not in a hurry. This kind of thing could not be rushed. Thinking back to when he broke through to the great fulfillment of the Qi and Blood realm, there was a large factor of coincidence. He believed that Ding Xian was able to break through to the great fulfillment of the strength refining realm because of great opportunities and luck. There was no trace of this kind of breakthrough. Otherwise, it would not be like the legend that it was not truly categorized into the strength refining realm. There were only 9 transformations and no 10 transformations. However, now that my combat strength has truly reached the early 7 stars, if I can break through to the great fulfillment of the strength refining realm, to what extent will my combat strength increase? Middle stage 7 stars? No, it should be more than that. The gap between the great fulfillment of the strength refining realm and the peak of the 9 transformations is very obvious. At least, I can reach the late 7 stars. While he was speculating, Qinzong's sword trembled slightly. The sword chi surged and swept like a storm. In an instant, the 3 tyrannical monsters in front of him were killed. His figure swept past them and flew down the mountain. Behind him was the boundary of the Chongshan state. In front of him was the boundary of the Tianhe state. The mountain below his feet was the boundary between the 2 states. It was called the Tuzhou Mountain. Chapter 332. The Great Mountain Province was dominated by mountains, with overlapping mountain ranges. The Heavenly River Province was accompanied by water, with rivers crisscrossing. The long Heavenly River flowed from the south to the north, passing through the Heavenly River Province and heading out of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. The long Heavenly River was more than 10,000 meters wide, and there were towered ships sailing down it. A towered ship with a length of 20 meters and a width of 6 meters, with a 3-story wooden building, sailed through the wind and waves at a very fast speed. The main color of this towered ship was vermilion, gilded with silver and decorated with many hollow carvings, looking bright and rich. On the deck of the towered ship, people gathered in groups of twos and threes, either sipping tea and drinking wine around small round tables, or standing before the railings to enjoy the scenery. Chunzong, dressed in a moon-white sword robe and wearing a calm expression, stood alone on the left railing. His slender fingers naturally rested on the hollow railing. His eyes were as clear as spring water, reflecting everything before him, the flowing water and the distant trees. Everything was natural and peaceful. Everything seemed so calm. The voices of the people on the deck nearby gradually became distant. The splashing sound of the flowing water became increasingly clear, as if it flowed through the body and the heart. The distracting thoughts gradually flowed away with the flowing water, leaving behind a pure and ethereal state. Without thinking or thinking, everything followed the heart. The towered ship sailed quickly, riding the wind and breaking the waves, separating the left and right sides of the river. White waves rippled endlessly. Chunzong did not know what state he was in. He only felt that his heart was like a river, indescribably lively. After Chunzong entered the Heavenly River Province, he learned that there were many waterways in the Heavenly River Province, so he had a sudden idea to travel by water. Along the way, he had been running on land. This was his first time traveling by water. Perhaps he would have a different kind of comprehension. Is there something wrong with that person? He keeps staring at the river. Maybe he thinks the river is beautiful. Haha, no matter how beautiful it is, he can't stare at it for 5 or 6 hours without changing his posture. That's other people's business. It has nothing to do with us. Just do your own thing. I think it's very interesting. He has 2 swords and a bow and arrows on his back. Chunzong didn't know what other people thought of him. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Otherwise, his life would be too tiring. As time went by, the people on the deck changed several times. Only Chunzong still stood there alone. His hands naturally rested on the hollow railing, and he did not move at all, as if he had turned into a statue. His mind was calm, like an ancient well without ripples. Chunzong could not help but frown. He felt as if inspiration was about to burst out, but it was stuck and could not explode. Hey, strange person, what's your name? Why do you keep staring at the water? What's so nice about the river? A clear and melodious voice like that of an oriole resounded in Chunzong's ears. Chunzong was absent-minded for a moment. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing layers of ripples to spread out. Yes, there's nothing nice about the river. Chunzong turned his head and responded to the speaker with a gentle smile. It was a girl who looked about 13 or 14 years old. She was dressed in an emerald green gown. Her big black eyes stared at Chunzong as if they could speak. Since he couldn't comprehend it, it meant that the time was not right. Chunzong didn't waste time on it. If he had to comprehend it now, he would only sink deeper and farther away. It was better to give up for the time being and divert his attention. Maybe he would really comprehend it when the opportunity presented itself. My name is Luo Xiaowen. What's your name? The little girl in the emerald green gown spoke again. Chunzong. Chunzong answered calmly. His eyes fell on the surface of the long Tianhe again. He watched the continuous river flowing from the south to the north, carrying the ship forward quickly. Chunzong. This name sounds familiar. Luo Xiaowen tilted her head and blinked her eyes. I remember now. The great scholar's name is also Chunzong. Are you the great scholar? Luo Xiaowen asked. What do you think? Chunzong didn't say yes or no. Instead, he asked back, You're definitely not the great scholar. Luo Xiaowen looked Chunzong up and down and said with certainty. Chunzong smiled and didn't refute. So what if he was? So what if he wasn't? Chunzong, who has the same name as the great scholar. You haven't told me what's so nice about the river. I've been staring at it. Luo Xiaowen asked again. Then she looked at the 2 swords at Chunzong's waist. Are you going to comprehend some sword art from the river? Comprehend sword art from the river. Luo Xiaowen's words made Chunzong slightly stunned. He only felt that what he had been missing before seemed to appear all of a sudden and turned into a flash of light. Chunzong quickly caught it. Hey, you have the same name as the great scholar. Seeing that Zong didn't respond to her, Luo Xiaowen couldn't help shouting a few more times. However, Zong, who suddenly had a flash of light, seemed not to hear her. He was completely immersed in comprehension and directly ignored Luo Xiaowen. Just ignore me. It's so boring. Luo Xiaowen looked at Zong and found that he was staring at the river in a daze again. She stamped her feet and snorted twice, then turned and left like an emerald cloud. Sword. Flowing water. In Zong's mind, one sword art after another emerged. Autumn water sword art. Turbid flow sword art. Lesser sky cold water sword art. Torrential flow sword art. The sword art was varied, and the mystery contained in each one seemed to be related to water. The flowing water is not stagnant. The sword moves endlessly. All kinds of comprehensions suddenly emerged, which were about the comprehension of the sword art, and the Lingwu realm of body-sword integration. Although Zong had mastered the second Lingwu realm of body-sword integration, the involved was relatively shallow. Before, he had been devoted to the comprehension of the consolidation realm. It was not until it was about time that he began to comprehend the Lingwu realm. The consolidation realm was to combine the strength of the body and the weapon in the hand into one and exert the strongest power. The Lingwu realm, perhaps, didn't have much improvement in power, but in the application of strength and the performance of martial arts, there would be a great change. It was a qualitative change from a dead thing to a living thing. Previously, the improvement of Zong's combat strength was related to the body-sword integration, but more came from the consolidation realm. The Lingwu realm was only a small part because his comprehension was not deep enough. However, it also meant that Zong's combat strength still had great potential for improvement. The setting sun shone on the long Milky Way, as if it was draped with a layer of red gauze and moved with the flowing water. Zong's eyes reflected the setting sun. Between the sparkling waves, there seemed to be divine light rippling in the bottom of his eyes. More and more comprehensions flowed endlessly like the gurgling water. On a whim, Zong raised his left hand, put his fingers together like a sword, and gently swiped through the air. His fingertips were light and slow, but the air seemed to be rippling like water. Immediately, his fingers stabbed forward like a sword, seemingly fast but actually slow, piercing the air. It also seemed to be squeezing the air and pushing it forward, but it didn't shoot out like a sword. Instead, it flowed forward like a river. A finger brought about the realm of flowing water. Using the finger to replace the sword flowed like water. Is that guy stupid? He just waved his fingers randomly and thought he was some kind of master. It looks a bit interesting, but it's useless. Yeah, looking at his sword, he should be a sword warrior. He's using the finger to replace the sword to practice sword art. I can't tell what sword art it is. It's just stabbing and swiping, sloppy and ordinary. Humph, he's just playing to the gallery. Wei Jingshi sneered, sitting on the north side of the small round table. Brother Wei has the fighting strength of the limit of 3 stars and is ranked in the top 30 of the Tianhe State's strong dragon ranking. His sword art is superb. The young girl sitting on Wei Jingshi's left had a look of worship on her face. Her eyes were filled with adoration as she stared at the handsome Wei Jingshi. He was handsome and powerful. Which girl didn't yearn for love? There were a lot of people on this ship, but they were all guests. Among them, there were many martial artists. Some were in the true martial realm, but they were all relatively ordinary. Even if there were a few geniuses, Wei Jingshi was one of them. The fighting strength of the limit of 3 stars was nothing in the Imperial City. He couldn't even enter the Dragon Pavilion and couldn't make splash. However, in the 3 states, it was still very shocking. After all, if he could be ranked in the young dragon ranking of a county, he could also be ranked in the strong dragon ranking of a state. Brother Wei, why don't you go up and teach him how to practice sword art? The young man sitting on the right smiled and said with some flattery. The two of them didn't hide their words, so the others around them heard them. Suddenly, they all looked at Wei Jingshi with surprise, admiration, and even envy. This made Wei Jingshi very happy and secretly felt good. Well, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll teach him how to use the sword. Wei Jingshi smiled and stood up. Wearing a golden sword robe, he looked very elegant. He strode toward Chunzong. Hey, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you take advantage of me. Open your eyes and watch carefully. Swords shouldn't be used like that. They should be used like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Jingshi pulled out his sword. The sword was like a golden stream of light. It swayed in the air like a golden flower. After the flower bloomed, it split into 5 flowers. The 5 golden flowers also bloomed and rushed toward Chunzong from 5 directions. This sword technique was extremely gorgeous. Under the illumination of the setting sun, it was even more beautiful, causing people to exclaim in admiration. Good sword art, as expected of a genius in the top 30 of the Strong Dragon ranking of Artiana State. This sword art is the first I've seen in my life. They all spoke, and the amazement made Wei Jingshi even more proud. His sword swayed again, as if showing off his skill. The 5 golden flowers split again and became 25 flowers. In all fairness, not to mention Wei Jingshi's personality, just her swordsmanship alone was indeed extraordinary. Although Chunzong didn't care about what was going on outside, Wei Jingshi's sword art aroused Chunzong's vigilance. It was the guidance of the sword. In the face of the 25 golden flowers coming from all directions, Chunzong didn't use his sword. He just used his finger as a sword and gently swiped it. The air around him seemed to turn into water. As the air rippled, it affected the 25 golden flowers and slowed them down. Wei Jingshi's expression changed. He found that his sword seemed to have pierced into water. There was an obvious resistance. Then, he pushed his finger forward like a sword. It was like a light tap. Wei Jingshi's sword seemed to be automatically sent to Chunzong's finger. Chapter 333. Chunzong withdrew his finger. Wei Jingshi was trembling all over. Her fingers loosened, and the golden sword fell out of her hand. It stabbed into the hardwood deck of the ship. The sword swayed slightly, reflecting a dazzling golden red light under the setting sun. Wei Jingshi sat down on the deck. Her body was trembling, and her limbs were weak. It was as if her bones had been pulled out, and she fell to the ground like a noodle. "Brother Wei," the young girl exclaimed and ran over. "Brother Wei." The young man's expression changed, and he also rushed over. Everyone else was stunned. They didn't even notice that the wine they were supposed to drink was poured into their collars, and they didn't even notice that the peanuts they were supposed to throw into their mouths were thrown into their nostrils. Shocking, it was too shocking. The eyes of the warriors of the real martial realm on the deck flashed, and they felt as if there was a storm raging in their hearts. Using a finger as a sword, but it contained endless mysteries. It was indescribable. Although everyone present was a warrior, and some of them were not weak, their martial arts realms were not high enough. They were still far from achieving the unity of body and martial arts. Naturally, they couldn't see the mysteries contained in the finger sword. They were very surprised that Wei Jingshi, who had reached the peak of the 3-star level, was trembling all over. Her sword fell out of her hand, and her body became weak. It was as if she was cooperating with her opponent. However, those who knew Wei Jingshi knew that she wouldn't cooperate with others. It was more likely the other way around. Wei Jingshi's strength and qi and blood were scattered. Even after she was helped up, her body was still trembling slightly. She looked at Chunzong with fear and did not dare to say anything. She left dejectedly, not even daring to stay on the deck. Chunzong didn't care. Wei Jingshi's sword just now seemed to have opened up a gap, and Chunzong's understanding of martial arts poured out. Sword like flowing water. It wasn't just the way to use the sword, it was also the way to use the power. It was a high level and belonged to the second stage of the unity of body and sword, Lingwu. In an instant, Chunzong's sword pierced out, and it was like flowing water. It broke down all of the opponent's defenses and made the opponent unable to resist. As his comprehension deepened, Chun Zong ignored the others and continued to gesture in the air with his fingers instead of his sword. Night fell, but Chun Zong did not leave. He was still paddling. The lights of the junk ship illuminated the surrounding river, which looked different from the daytime. It gave Chun Zong a new insight. In the dead of the night, the people on the deck had all returned to their rooms to rest. Only Chun Zong was still standing by the railing of the deck, waving his sword fingers. The night was cold as water. Chun Zong's sword fingers streaked through the air as if they were tearing apart the night sky. There seemed to be sword light lingering under his fingers. Strands of sword light circled around, either straight or curved. A wisp of white appeared in the east. Then, the first ray of golden light streaked across the remaining night sky, projecting on the surface of the river. When that ray of sunlight shone into Chun Zong's eyes, it was as if something had awoken from a deep slumber. The light in the depths of his eyes was like sword light, piercing through the sunlight. Chun Zong's sword finger also followed with a slash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was as if the air under his sword fingers had turned into flowing water, flowing forward continuously. Has he been cultivating the whole night? It looks like it. He hasn't even moved his feet. He's really a cultivation maniac. No wonder he's so powerful. Many warriors were used to getting up early. When they came to the deck and saw Chun Zong, they were surprised and began to talk about him. Even though there were quite a number of martial artists who cultivated very hard, very painstakingly, like Chun Zong, who gave people a feeling of being bedeviled, was in the minority. It was not until noon, when the sun was shining in the sky, that Chun Zong stopped practicing. It was not that he did not want to practice anymore, but that he had reached a bottleneck. He sat at an empty small round table, ordered some food and wine, and had a good meal. "Young friend, can I sit here?" A middle-aged warrior walked to Chun Zong with a smile and asked in a gentle voice. He did not sit down directly. "Go ahead." Chun Zong glanced at him and judged his cultivation. He was a warrior in the real martial arts realm. "Thank you." The middle-aged warrior sat down with a smile. "My name is Lin Jiang. How should I address you?" "Chun Zong." Chun Zong said his name. "Chun Zong. Are you Chun Zong, the great state scholar?" Lin Jiang, the middle-aged warrior, exclaimed. If it had been before, no one would have associated the great state scholar with Chun Zong. After all, it was not uncommon for warriors to have the same name. However, Chun Zong's performance yesterday had left a deep impression on them. When they heard the name, they immediately associated it with him. "That's me." Chun Zong nodded. The middle-aged warrior was suddenly very excited. He even stood up and bowed to Chun Zong. Chun Zong also stood up and bowed. "I didn't expect to see the great state scholar here, and even be able to sit at the same table with him." Lin Jiang was very excited. The others around him were also very excited. They were extremely lucky to be able to meet a great state scholar and the youngest one in the history of the dynasty. As for being hostile or even trying to kill him, no one thought about it, because they were all warriors of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. They all carried the honor of the dynasty. The great state scholar was the supreme representative of honor. If someone wanted to harm the great state scholar, they would stand up and fight. This was a tradition passed down from the formation of a dynasty. It was also one of the reasons why the Cloud Dragon dynasty could continue to prosper. "Greetings, great state scholar." "My name is..." "Hello, great state scholar." "My name is..." The warriors of the true martial realm all around came up and bowed. They all reported their names, wanting to get to know Chun Zong. Chun Zong also didn't act arrogant. They all returned the greeting, leaving a deeper impression on everyone. Wei Jingshi also knew that Chun Zong was the famous great state scholar. Her face kept changing. In the end, she snorted and turned around to leave the deck. These warriors of the true martial realm, including Lin Jiang, didn't bother Chun Zong. Instead, they chatted for a while and returned to their original seats. This was a kind of respect. Although Chun Zong's cultivation was not as good as theirs, and his strength was not as good as theirs, they still placed him in the same position. "You still say you're not a great state scholar." The little girl, Luo Xiaowen, walked over and snorted. She had an unhappy look on her face. I didn't say I wasn't, Chinzong said with a smile. Speaking of which, Chinzong was able to comprehend something yesterday because of a few words from this girl named Luo Xiaowen. Therefore, when he saw her, he was in a good mood. Luo Xiaowen shook her finger and recalled. Indeed, Chinzong didn't say he wasn't a great state scholar. He just said, "What do you think?" Anyway, it's your fault. You have to compensate me. Luo Xiaowen said, "Well, your swordsmanship is very good. Teach me swordsmanship." Okay, Chinzong said with a smile. He felt that he was influenced by her and became much younger. What kind of swordsmanship do you want to learn? Chinzong asked with a smile. A good-looking swordsmanship, Luo Xiaowen said directly without hesitation. Then look at this swordsmanship. Is it good-looking? As soon as Chinzong finished speaking, he immediately grabbed a chopstick and used it as a sword. He gently waved it. There seemed to be a sword light that flashed by. It was ever-changing. There seemed to be flowers blooming and clouds floating in the sky, changing into various shapes. It was very gorgeous. It's good-looking. I want to learn this swordsmanship. Luo Xiaowen was pleasantly surprised. Chinzong didn't hold back. He patiently taught this swordsmanship to Luo Xiaowen in detail. This swordsmanship was actually created by Chinzong on a whim. It should be known that Chinzong had practiced more than 200 or 300 swordsmanship. This was a number that many warriors couldn't achieve in their lifetime. These swordsmanship brought Chinzong a deep accumulation of experience. In addition to the mystery of the realm of body and sword in Chinzong's amazing comprehension ability, it was easy for him to create some simple swordsmanship. For example, the move just now was very powerful, but it was very gorgeous. It was indeed good-looking. It was more of a performance than a battle. This swordsmanship wasn't difficult. Luo Xiaowen's learning ability wasn't bad either. It didn't take her long to learn it. Time flew. Chinzong had stayed on this ship for half a month. He spent most of his time on cultivation, especially watching the river and comprehending the swordsmanship. He then comprehended the Lingwu realm of body and sword as one. His progress was very obvious. His battle strength had also increased a little. However, he was still at the early stage of 7-star. The small gap between 7-star was bigger than 6-star. It wasn't easy to cross it. As for the realm of perfection, Chinzong always had a feeling that he was about to grasp the inspiration, but lacked the opportunity to truly comprehend it. The long sky river flowed from south to north. It flowed out of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. However, Chinzong couldn't take this ship and directly sail out of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. After another 3 days, Chinzong got off the ship at the border of the Sky River State, which was the destination of the ship. Goodbye, Brother Chun. Luo Xiaowen was reluctant to part. Goodbye if fate wills it. Chinzong smiled. Goodbye, great scholar. Lin Jiang and the others also bid farewell to Chinzong. After more than 10 days on the ship, most people had a good relationship with Chinzong. In addition to Chinzong's identity as a great scholar, they also liked Chinzong very much. He was hardworking, humble, and sincere. He might have some shortcomings, but after more than 10 days of interaction, Chinzong had indeed left a good impression on them. I'm so happy that our Cloud Dragon Dynasty has such a great scholar. Yes, I hope there are more people like him. Don't think too much. A great scholar like Chinzong is rarely seen in 100 years. Nine Eagle Dynasty and Silver Light Dynasty don't have one. Looking at Chinzong's departing figure, everyone spoke one after another. Chinzong continued to move forward. He went all the way north and gradually walked out of the Sky River State. Further ahead was a mountain. Half of the mountain was within the Cloud Dragon Dynasty, while the other half was outside of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. It was nearly 2,000 meters tall and lofty. If he wanted to go around it, he would have to spend a lot of time. Chinzong chose to go over the mountain. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.